got, let's say, this area here. I went this way with the steps. I needed to kind of block out that end, and I worked out something on the stairs eventually. Although I had to take this piece away and kind of redesign it, but so I think it would do. And this as well. I guess it's just enough room to, get up on this side. The other problem was, let's say, the direction of this carpet, and if we were to continue with the design, it would be too off, so I've done this and put a kitchen here, and then we can carry on straight again with our carpet. Hi Wolf, hi, how are you? I hope you've been well. So, I've still got a bit to do on this, but I'm getting there. I spent a few hours on this earlier today, getting it into shape. I'm still gonna take a bit, and then there's the decorating. Yeah? And that's good to hear. Now, well, we'll have to cover the floor and then the sides and this, and then I can see about design, or lack of it. But it's kind of done as far as here, really. Except the lighting and some other stuff I've got to do, but I think we've sorted the kitchen. Well, it needs little touches here and there, which I'll fix later. And the decoration, obviously. Now, okay. I'll start putting the flooring down. That's our first problem. This is a little tedious because each piece will have to be individually fitted, and there can't be any lines on the carpet also. There's about, 8, maybe possibly 10 to do. Once that's in, I'll have to rethink this side piece, I think. Oh yeah. And the second one, let's say push this down. But I've done this so I can get my line going. The workbench. I want to seal in that little guy, so I'm not sure where I'll put that guy yet. My favorite spot is here, so I might, make a little room here. Something I can close in. I'll worry about that later. This is the most important thing to finish. You see that line? It's all about getting out that little guy there. The problem is fitting it back. Not always easy. It's not bad. You see that? There. That looks pretty decent. Yeah, that would work. Alright. This has always been the tedious part, the flooring. Not so much, let's say, on a building, on a settlement, let's say, where you can, just snap everything together. It takes merely seconds, but this is a different, story. That looks kind of decent, but it's not bad. My God, it's very low, isn't it? That's a bit better. Okay. There's 4 pieces in each line. I could have done it with 3, but I wanted this to be centered here. On that, so we can get the design going right. I get to get these guys absolutely one at a time. It's that line, you see that line? We have to get that out at all costs. Like even if we come in a little bit. That's acceptable. There, that should do. Okay. Hello, Rex. Why are you still awake? Hmm? You're a good dog. Yeah, you are. Yeah, this is definitely the hardest part. We're not snapping them. We're literally placing them together. And everyone has to be perfect, because if just one is off, follow that measurement, and then, it gets really bad from there. It's not bad, I suppose. Okay. this line will take 2 more pieces, and I don't know, just one more line here, maybe a couple at the back, and that should sort the floor. Okay, maybe we need more light. Let's see if I got some more lights. Oh, come on. Okay, we might need another generator. We just might need another generator. Oh, that's silly, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, another generator it is. I thought this generator would do. It's just here. That's a pity. It's here, but I didn't bring the wiring down, let's say, all the way. Okay, let me save this. Let's see if the Mary Jane one would work. I doubt it, but we'll see. No. We got water tanks, alright. That one is totally taken away. Okay, the SOE generators, we might need some stuff for those. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, one of these would do. We need what? Rank 3 in science and rank 3 nuclear physicist. Let me go in and fix that one. No, let's have a look. I think that's how we do it. You should play Scarlet and Violet. Never heard of that one, Rose. And how have you been? Hope you've been well. No, I don't think I've heard of that one. Yeah, it works. That works. So what I'll do with that one is we'll actually smack it in there for a moment. And I'll need some other stuff as well. Now let me see. Connectors would be cool. I think they really work the same way, so it shouldn't be too bad. Okay, that's not working. There we go, guys. And I don't know, we'll be hidden away. That's a ton of power. That will do for the rest of the lighting. Good. Ah, that's good there. And there are new games coming out. Oh, for Switch in November. Oh, I see. Maybe that's why I've never heard of it. Never played on Switch. I've always, just done the Xbox console thing. Rose. Yeah, always the Xbox. Now we'll put these in temporarily. These lights, and we'll do something a lot better later. But we need some light here to see what we're doing, so... There, that should be enough light, really. Yeah. That would be enough. Yep. Now we'll save this and then we do the rest of the flooring. What you should do is buy a Switch light. I've really never had interest in the Switch stuff. My kids had Switches and that, when they were younger and that. On all of the Nintendo stuff and all of that. I just wouldn't use it, to be honest. Yeah, it would be, I've always been kind of pretty happy with Xbox. I only tend to keep one console. Although my kids have tons of consoles. There. Okay, we can carry on from here. We got another generator in, so I don't think we'll have any more problem with lighting. We can do the other lights after. But I managed to eventually get the stairway. This is a combination of flooring pieces and furniture to make that one. And then that's our way out, let's say, to Diamond City. I just needed to cover up the ladder and, hide as much as I could. Although it's taken a lot of room to do this, so. And this will be more of a storage area now, I think. Most likely. We'll do the design a little later. Oh, I see. Yeah. Maybe someday in the future I might pick one up. Yeah, I'll just check it now. I'll have to do that from my, from here. I won't be a moment. No, that's okay, Rose. Yeah, you can say that. It's never been important to me, Rose. Um, you know, I think for me, it would defeat the purpose of streaming if I just stream stuff, let's say I'm not really into, just to gain viewers. I think that would be, on my part, a bit shallow. I love playing games I'm really into and meeting people who are also into these games. You know, you will make the right kind of friends as well. You know, I've seen streamers do it. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. You know, some of these guys are actually making a living doing this. So to them, it's a business. You know, it's well, a career really. For me, it's a hobby, and I get to play the games I like, and I get to make new friends, and it's all good, you know. Oh, hi Joe, how are you? Hmm. But I think anyone can tell you that about me. I've not streamed games, let's say, that I'm not really into. Although there's no harm in doing that, as I said. You know, to each his own. Yeah. Then it would be too much like a job, if you know. So, hi Joe. I got some of this done. I was on, let's say, for the time I missed during that breakdown. But remember, I said I wanted to do something like this to hide the direction of the carpet. And then, let's say, to carry on here and keep it straight. So, I'll be putting a kitchen on this area here. Finished off the little bits I needed here. And I eventually got that stairs thing. Although I did have to do a little bit of redesigning. Oh, thank you, Joe. There. And this is just a combination of furniture and flooring pieces that I glitched together to create this. These are actually pieces of furniture with cabinet. But still, it matches with the roof. You know, it's still two-tone. And then let's say we can, you know, go out here, and I managed to hide the ladder behind that as well. So none of the old home plate is visible. And let's say design-wise, so far, that's the best I can do. Looks a tiny bit strange, but because it's white like this, I think we'd just about get away with it. By the way, I do enjoy, oh yeah, your voice streams, because I can't have mods like you on PlayStation 4. Yeah, and that's a pity about the PS. Yeah, they're very mod unfriendly, aren't they? It is kinda, yeah. But this is the only way I could tackle that problem, Joe. The hard way. I did say we'd have to do it the hard way. But they're cabinets. And these are just floor pieces. So, and I did have to do this, so I just staggered it. Remember, there was a corner coming around here, that had to go. Yeah, and that was a no-go. So that came out. And this had to get extended a tiny bit as well. You wouldn't believe how long it took to do that. Hours. To get that in there. But at least, you know, it's over and done. Over and done with. And then that was the other kind of problem we had. You know, keeping this carpet straight here. Then carrying on with that pattern. Tended to put this one here to the side and offline. So I built this up, kind of going with the same kind of style here. So a little kitchen area, and then from here, you know, straighten it out again. So I need the flooring in, I need to patch the walls and roof, which is going to take a bit of time. Then we can really start fixing up this place once that's done. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hi FGS. How are you? So, yeah, that's what we've done so far. Now, let's get these ones done. So obviously this will be a little bit grindy while we're doing the floor. And the wall, we'll have to do something around that door. Like we did on the last piece, but at least we're not worried about anything overhead here. So, the roof section, we're talking about keeping it below that, coming out here, coming straight down, so it will be a bit lower. But it's pretty doable. But not until we do this. And of course we've got to do that by hand. Oh, we get this fixed. Oh, I hate doing this by hand. But these guys don't snap. Yeah, it's going to be tedious getting them in. I need to watch my tongue or I'll be... yeah. Now... just gotta work on this slowly till we get it into place. You see, it's not as easy as just piecing them together because we've got to overlap them just a tiny bit so they'll blend a little better. And doing this on Xbox, it can be nasty. And then we have to keep the lines out. Let's say if one piece is a tiny bit lower or higher than the other. You see that one there? You see it? There. That's not bad, let's say by hand. That would work. So piece by piece, we get these in, and then we're done with the flooring. That's a major thing. Walls not as hard as they look. This a little bit more complicated. The roof, yeah, we get rid of the roof quickly. These bits here might be a little bit different. Oh, hi Phoenix. Thanks for the host. I appreciate it. Well, we're getting this stuff in. And this guy. I'll have to build something for that. I'm thinking about, building a tiny little off section here. To hide that somewhere. Or I might even from here, let's say once we get this done, create a little room here. Getting rid of that. Some kind of sliding door and, maybe some tools, some workshop stuff. And we'll see. So, how have you been, Phoenix? I hope you've been well. Yeah, we've got a good bit of this done. Well, we have the best part of this. It still needs a lot of decoration, lighting and stuff like that, furniture, but I'm more interested in the beginning, let's say, of covering this place up. And I still have to go from here down the other side, but the upstairs, for the time being, seems to be finished. I think it's the best it's gonna be. The roof was a bit of a problem, but we seem to have gotten over that little hiccup. Oh, that's nice. And yes, I'll send you an invite, FGS. Okay. There we go. Sent one. Now let's get these pieces in. Hopefully it will be working. We had some problems yesterday, FGS, with Twitch. Serious problems.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Jill was telling me that earlier.
Yeah, but apparently it hit a few streamers, so as long as it was Twitch and not something got to do with my channel, it wasn't so bad. But
I heard
it
that.
locked us out of the app for like 6 hours. And anyone who was streaming at the time, they were already in the app, so it cut chat.
Yeah, Twitch is,
Yeah, nasty.
yeah.
We never had this kind of messing with Microsoft. Say what you want about them.
No, Mixer was perfect for me.
Don't get me wrong, it had its little problems, but not as bad or not as often as Twitch. Not as bad or as often. And Mixer was where all the old guys, the old people hung out, so it was pretty good. You would have to go to a retirement home to see more old people. Are you still there, FGS? I think we lost FGS. Can you still hear me, guys? Yeah, I seem to be still streaming. Yeah, perfect. It must be a problem on FGS's side. Let me check that party. Yeah. He probably needs to reset his console. Hi, Lady Grey. Hi, how are you? And thanks for that, Jill. How have you been? I hope you've been well. We're doing this tedious flooring work, but it seems to be coming around somewhat. Yeah, that would work. So that's what we've done so far. Although we have to individually place these pieces, unfortunately. I'm full from dinner. Nice. Nothing to do, only just, let's say, to sit back and relax and digest. So this is what we've done, lady, on a home plate so far. But there's still a lot to do. The lights, the decorations, there's furniture. This is the kind of cover-up so far. Getting the stairs back here was quite hard because there was an old floor that we couldn't get rid of. That one needs to be adjusted as well. I didn't see that. I get you later. But it was a miracle we managed to get our stairs in here. And this is the one going out to the roof, which we still have access to. We even got to, cover up the old ladder that was there. So I think I'll use this one for storage. I'll have a series of safes here on the wall, for storage. Might be able to fit in some bobbleheads or something also. I'm thinking here a kind of recreational area, TV, library kind of thing. Do something here eventually, kitchen. And I don't know, maybe power arm or weapons down here. A kind of player home. Oh, hang on, we're doing magazines. So there'll have to be a ton. I think 2 large magazine racks. Yeah. I can actually probably do them across here. If I run it here, let's say, I'll have a large wall area. We need just enough, let's say, just for the 2 of those. I'd say we go with some magazine racks, for holding. I can, download on the terminal all of the magazines and bobbleheads and stuff, so, just to get a finished job on it. Well, I'd say that would do. But that's something we worry about later, In the meantime, we get this done. Send another invite you dropped. No, I'm still in chat. Yeah, I can see it now. Croc's party, 1 person. Me. So I'll end that one and I'll send you another one. I'm still here. Party is being streamed. I hope this isn't a Mixer thing or a Microsoft thing. Hang on, I'll leave this party. Okay, I'll send you another invite, FGS. Yeah, here it's saying I'm still in the party. I was just saying to the guys who were probably resetting your Xbox or something, having problems. I'd be surprised if this started as well. It's been one of those weeks. There you go. Okay, sent invite. Just woke up from a nap. Ah, that's good. Looked at the clock and it was almost.
Hello.
I'm thinking, oh my god. Hi, FGS.
Wow.
Yeah, I was still. I was still in chat. The party was still running. I'm being broadcast.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Could be some kind of.
But you dropped out.
Well, it said on my end that you dropped out. So
Well,
I told you.
it said on my end you dropped out. I was the only one left in chat. I'm serious,
Oh
dude.
my! I'm not surprised.
I think Twitch is drunk. Hi, Lady
The party
Grey.
chat. Yeah, the party chat thing would be probably. Yeah, it was on Twitch though, isn't it? Yeah, it might be Twitch. Although if Microsoft would do the stuff, hopefully we'll stay on this time.
Yeah, hopefully.
But it's been pretty iffy here with Twitch lately.
Yeah, I just restarted my console, so I know I'm good on my end.
Before I got my channel up, I realized it was PM. Oh, 12 hours off instead of AM.
Oh, jeez.
That's why I always do the 24-hour clock. I always do the 24-hour clock. There. Okay, that party seems to be stable. Right, we'll carry on with our
Hi,
story.
Nico
There's not much
Rose.
bit more to do. Hi, Rose. I was thinking of streaming Fortnite, FGS. What do you think?
Oh, you'd be perfect for it.
I've got a costume picked out and everything.
You can get, you can build and get shot at the same time. You'd be perfectly
But listen,
frustrated.
seriously, what would you say the odds of seeing me playing Fortnite?
It's about the same odds as me playing Skyrim.
Brutally bad, yeah.
Yeah, brutally bad. So how you been doing this week?
Oh, not too bad. Just
Uh,
kind of battling some kind of tummy bug, but the usual. Nothing really serious. Things we get every summer,
I
that kind of
see.
thing. Nothing really, too bad.
Yeah, those little tummy aches suck,
Yeah,
especially when you get older.
yeah. I think as we get older, we get more susceptible, I think, to them as well. At least it seems that way.
Seems that way.
Yeah. Would I play Pokemon? I've never played Pokemon. Um, I've never been into those kind of graphics in a game or story. I've always been a kind of RPG player.
Yeah, same here. Mass Effect's my favorite.
I'm not saying they're a bad game. They seem to be okay. It's just, I don't know, I just couldn't hold my interest long enough. Maybe trying to,
I'm a little too old for that myself, to be honest.
no, I've played a lot of other different types of games, but mostly strategy roles. Like Age of Empires and stuff like that. I know it's not the same, but it is.
Yeah,
I'd
Mass
say a lot.
Effect, zombie games, all kinds of stuff I play. I do like zombie games, they're fun.
Yeah, that's totally off. Oh my goodness, what's going on here? Okay. Yeah, we'll have to push these up a lot, I'd say. The last pieces are going to be a bit hard to do, but we should be able to get them in place eventually. I just need a little bit of persuading. There, that looks okay.
It would have to take the right role-playing game for you to like it.
Yeah,
That's the way they are, basically.
it's a lot got to do with, I think, the games you start playing in the beginning. The kind of form of games you like, I suppose. That's it, would have something to do with it.
Well, your choice of what you start playing has got everything to do with it.
Hmm.
Of course, you choose to what's according to your likings.
Hmm.
Eh,
But that would reinforce it then, I'd say.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I never started out with Skyrim or anything like that.
That's a killer, isn't it? Okay, this one is giving me serious trouble. Let's get into this here now for one moment.
My very first game I ever played on Xbox was Halo.
Oh, nice. See, it's gotta be somewhere around there, to be
But I
honest.
only played the campaign. I didn't do anything
Oh,
else.
we might have to move that one up. I knew that was a mistake.
It was Halo, believe it or not, Joe. It was Halo.
Nice. Hello, yeah?
Yeah, I play the campaign only. I don't play the multiplayer. The
GTA is
campaigns
fine.
have a good story to them. That's why I played them. I like
Yeah,
I, I like I like the storyline in them. They're good.
I've played GTO, Rose. Or GTA, sorry. Grand Theft Auto.
Well, if you play
Way,
through all
way,
the
way
games,
back.
there's a good story going between Master Chief and his AI companion.
But you're right, never the online stuff.
Yeah, there's some people that really get into the campaign, and some people cried over it. I mean, it brought them to tears because the ending was kind of sad.
Oh god, this is gonna kill me now, this little piece. Oh, we were going so good there until we got stuck on this.
But I do like the story that went with the campaign, so I played them. Back to lurking, almost done.
We just get this here.
All right, Joe.
There. That's not bad. Just get the line out and we get the other one. No problem, Jill.
And Jill, a Lady Grace says hi.
There we are. Oh, you can still see that line. That would be it there. That's it. That's the one. That one gave me a lot of hassle. Now. There we go. When it's in build, it's hard to,
Yeah, this isn't easy getting this floor done right.
Oh, nasty. It's the stupid lines, FGS.
It's always been that way with this.
Horrible, that USO flooring, isn't it?
Yeah, but whatever.
Okay.
Once you get it covered, it'll look good.
Yeah, at least we only have to do it once, and it's the last piece. And take a bit of solace in that.
Yep. Well, you can take a lot of solace from it. Oh, that snapped right in.
Yeah, you gotta close it. Up. There. And make sure it looks good to the eye. It's all about how it looks.
Hi, Kozak.
Oh, hi. Hi, Zag. How are you? Long time no see. How are you? Fine, thanks, and hope you're doing well. How have you been, Zag? We're just getting the flooring done here at home plate. I decided this time around, FGS, to use the upstairs.
Good.
Yeah, remember we skipped it last time. Too much of a hassle.
Yeah, you can fix it up. I have faith in you.
I did. Yeah, we got, well, it's not decorated yet, but I still couldn't scrap the old ladder, so we hit it. So that's how we got it.
Looks nice.
Nasty. I still don't know if it was worth the hassle. We had to sacrifice a lot here to get it.
Yeah. Well, it looks
Yeah, it's
good.
coming along. There's still a lot to do. I had to do with FGS with wardrobes and, you know, those corner flooring pieces. They actually made the stairway.
Yeah.
And these are actually wardrobes because, you know, I can't use a lot of stuff here. It's not in my menu.
Yeah.
So, a lot is missing actually from my menu.
Oh, you're losing a lot from your menu?
Oh, yeah. You remember the way this place works? Like Boston Airport and the Mechanist layer. Certain things won't pop up on your menu. On this one as well. That was the whole thing. Remember, there was no Snappy House 0 here. Lots of stuff, let's say, coming from the special menu as well.
Well, yeah, you can only use certain mods for this.
Strangely, there is a mod, and that will let you build whatever you want here. But, you know, getting a mod, especially for just one settlement, is a bit much.
Well, that and you already have your mod selection already done.
Yeah.
You don't need to change it.
I said that last time I was here as well, using this particular stuff zag. It gives you the kind of Grand Theft Auto apartment kind of vibe, doesn't it? It's the siding we've used. It does. Yeah, it gives you that kind of GTA thing.
To me, it looks like a refurbished hotel. I guess it's
Yeah.
because of carpeting.
I remember buying apartments and stuff in GTA. I think it was the one they were using now, but it was no online thing, you know, it was before that came out. And the colouring was pretty similar to FGS.
Yeah.
That kind of shade with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, just a tad.
Yeah, it's
There you go. That's better.
There.
Guess you only have one piece to put in yet. Oh,
Yeah.
two.
Maybe a few, yeah. It depends. But the wall will get me to sacrifice a lot of that, so
Yeah.
we won't. We don't have a lot to do. We did this last time without Place Anywhere, didn't we, FGS?
Yeah, you sure did.
Oh my god, madness. Absolute madness.
That it was.
Yeah, I remembered. I suffered here on this floor. Let's say getting this done. But madness, yeah. The last time we were here, guys, we did it without Place Anywhere. It can be done. You know, I did it last time, but my god. I forget how long that one took us. This one should go pretty quickly, FGS.
Yeah.
So you have about 2 days on this so far. That's if I don't get bogged down with decorations and such, but we need a few more pieces, maybe 3 to 4 tops.
Yeah.
Now,
It's not too bad, though.
yeah, we had a different kind of system going here before.
Just
No, not
slightly,
even.
yeah.
Yeah, remember we had a little waterfall thing to the side. I'm tempted to use. I probably don't have them. The boulders from Grounded.
Well, that and you hid that workbench in that weird door.
Yeah, you remember that? I'm still gonna
Yeah.
have to find a way to hide that that workbench. I wonder do we have anything ground
I
up
just
here?
put it on the roof. I think you can go outside, can't you? There's a roof hatch, isn't there?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I've
I just throw it on the roof and box it up.
I don't think you can build outside that hatch, FGF. I was out there already. But we still have access in and out on that stairway
Oh,
as
I
well.
thought you could.
Nope. Maybe you can. I never really checked.
Well, you
Well,
should
that
give
would
it
be
a
something.
try
Definitely.
because it
Hang on.
might give you another level to build on there too. So,
Oh, I'm building big time if we can go. I never even really checked, to be honest. I
oh,
just assumed once we left the cell.
well, try it. There's only
I
one way to
doubt it.
find out.
Yeah, I doubt if they would have done another cell up here.
It's not another cell. It's part of the same cell, I think.
Mm. No, once you go through down the hatch, it's all over, FGS. You're out of the cell.
Oh, maybe there's
No,
a mod that I had that allowed me to do that.
I think it was a mod. Now, do you know what would work here? Workbench anywhere? No.
Oh yeah, that would work here. You have that
No.
mod, don't you?
No, not yet.
Oh, you didn't
It's a bit.
download that?
No, it would affect the stuff I have too much. No, we can't build here. Probably a workbench anywhere would get us to build here.
Actually, it won't affect anything.
Probably not, but I don't want to chance it this much into the build. But I am getting
Well,
it.
that mod I do know works perfect, no matter when you add it. I've done it before.
And then I'll build some little custom. Well, I won't say settlements. If they are, they're going to be tiny and more like player homes. Let's say in
Yeah,
other
pretty much.
locations.
Yeah, that's what I did. You seen
That
what
would
I
be
did.
fun.
It was. It really was, because you can go to some
Yeah.
terrible spots and just build
Yeah.
immaculately.
Yeah,
Like
that would be really fun.
Like the thing I really liked doing was building in the what's that place? The Glowing Sea. You can get a nice
Oh, that's a
player
bad
home
spot.
out there. Huh?
Yeah, the glowing sea, all the radiation and stuff.
But it was
It's a
fun
nice.
building out there. Yeah, I mean
There's
it was
yeah.
different.
There's a nice spot pretty close to Diamond City as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's okay. Right, let's get our few little bits in. But you'd be best off getting those ones, let's say, in the middle of nowhere, up high maybe. Like a little alpine house. You know, something like that.
I had so many building mods, it was crazy. On my last Fallout 4 playthrough, my mod list was just getting ridiculous. Then again, you've seen them.
Yeah, I did.
But I did like having what do you call that?
What is it, a particular mod?
Well,
Place anywhere.
it's a certain mod, but it was
Oh,
from
workbench
Creation
anywhere.
Club.
Yeah.
It was from Creation Club.
Yeah.
It was
Workbench anywhere thing.
no, not that. It was from Creation Club.
Oh.
It wasn't off of the
Oh, the VR workshop.
the VR workshop. That was good.
Yeah.
That gave you so many more new resources to build with. That's why I liked it.
I'll get those ones in a moment. Now,
Because it
oh,
made it to where you
definitely
can make
need
a
one
real
there.
Gilligan's Island type scenario.
Oh, nice. I think we need one more. Just 3 of them. One we can bypass because...
You can build tiki huts and all that stuff, and
Nice.
have pine trees. Not pine trees, but palm trees,
Mm.
palm bushes, and all that. Man, you've seen it. You've seen all that it
I
comes
did,
with it.
yeah. Now, let's see what we can do on this one.
And when you enter that VR mode, you can build just about anywhere you want. So that was pretty fun.
Mm.
Like I said, building in the glowing sea was really cool. Because you could have an island tropic paradise right in the middle of the glowing sea that didn't get touched. It was pretty cool. I'll be right back.
No problem. It's the lines. There. It looks to be a little bit better, I think. Yeah, slightly. Okay. It'll be nice when we're done with this one. This one has to be pretty exact. There's always something about the last pieces. Always the hardest to fix. Okay, getting there. That ain't bad. That is not bad. It just needs a tiny, tiny, tiny adjustment. There. And that will work. Okay. Okay, almost there.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back, FGS.
I feel better. Don't they have smaller pieces?
Nope.
No,
That would be too easy, FGS.
wouldn't it?
Smaller pieces are just for amateurs.
I laugh if you walk outside and there's pieces sticking all over the
No, once you're inside of a cell, anything that goes through the cell just goes into a void.
Hi, Rock.
Oh, hi, Rock. Hi, how are you? I hope you've been well. How have you been?
Welcome back,
He's
Joe.
getting the last of this here. There we go.
Well, she has to make a phone call.
There we go.
She's got to call
There.
Ghostbusters.
There. So we've done a bit, High Rock. Just right now we've just finished the flooring here. And that matches the other side. We've still all of this to do, but... And this will be our kind of kitchen area here. We'll be doing something similar on the other side. So that kind of works, I suppose. Finish this part. I eventually got that problem fixed for the stairway. So we went with something like this. Combination of cabinets and floor pieces. But it's how it looks that counts, I suppose. And then of course our hatch out to Diamond City, which is still working. And that's as much as I've got done so far. I was right. I did have to remodel this the roof and take the piece out here so we could allow for the stairs. And that's what we've done so far, iRock. Ah, that's good to hear. Fine, thanks, iRock. I hope yours has been good. So, we've got that done. And the problem we had here the last time is YFGS, we didn't know day from night. You remember that?
Yep.
We couldn't do our little sleeps. Yeah, it's the best out of what we have left. About 90% of my menu doesn't show up here in the home plate. You know, much like the Mechanist layer and Boston Airport. Having thought about that, that's why we went with the Synth Factory. Because of that. Remember that, FGS?
Yep.
We had something different planned and then we went with the Synth Factory.
That was a pain in the ass because they had that big old iron giant stomping around in the background.
Oh, that was brutal, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yes, this is a player home. It's gonna be. This is the only thing you can do with a home plate, Lady Grey. So we'll have our bobbleheads, all of our bobbleheads and magazines, and a few pieces of unique power armor and weapons. So a little player home. And that's what we're doing here on this one. It's the only thing you can really do with it, you know.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I haven't even tried if we could actually download some settlers and get them to stay. They won't. Because it just...
I think you'd have to have an NPC to stay here.
Yeah, you would.
A follower, you know. That's about the
No,
only
home plate
thing.
doesn't show. Yeah. No. And this was always meant to be a little player home kind of thing. Okay, let's save this. And now we get down to the hard stuff. So, next is the walls. We'll keep as tight as we can. We'll have to start from here. Line these guys up and then we'll close this in. We have to do a little bit of neat work around here. And of course, down here.
Easier said than done.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, especially with the ceiling.
Yeah. But I got this guy before, so I've had a bit of practice at it.
It's not an easy task, but it can be done.
Yeah, much like the carpet, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Meticulously putting in every single piece. Oh my! I worked out. I finished Starlight as well, FGS. I've worked out a problem with assigning mats. Do you know the coffee machine from the Voltec DLC
Yeah.
and that was bugging it out. You know, once I got that, let's say, out of the way, they assigned it perfectly. So I put 25 settlers in there, and that's the most I've ever put on any settlement, just for spite, because it gave me so much trouble.
There you go.
Yeah, this will be a player home. Now I'll just grab some soda. Right. Okay. Let's do this. You see, that's the only thing we have in our menu. Not every piece is there. SOE seems to work perfectly here. So we're kind of stuck on SOE. Yeah.
SOE is one of my favorites, though.
Yeah. Well, really should be going from here because I'm not sure of. This is the hardest part because none of these will snap. Hang on, let's make a good few of these. I want to be running every 5 seconds. And a few of those as well. And 2 more of the other ones, and that should give us a start.
You're gonna have a hard time moving around with all that in there, so be careful.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll be starting on, you see? Yeah. We'll be starting from here. This is where we have our original line. And we'll slowly move back here and right back to this edge. This one is not in properly. You see it? That was just a temporary thing. I wanted to see if we could blend it.
Yeah.
Apparently we can, so there'll be 2 on that going straight up to the roof. Right. This will have to be set perfectly. So let's just we'll change the settings. So that's why I made a few of these, so we don't keep running back every 5 seconds. Now, this is where the glitching takes place.
Yep. Okay, have a good day, Lady Grey.
I'm lurking, no problem, Lady Grey. If you like, I might go back to sleep. See you all later. And thanks for stopping by, lady. Hope you get a good rest, and hope you have, what time is it for you? It's night. Hope you have a good night. Stay safe, lady. Bye. This is okay, but I want the least amount of that line showing. They're the pieces that are gonna kind of bug us a bit. You see, like that.
Yeah.
Oh, we might have to. Goodness. Almost. But the other ones are easier to fit than these. The corner ones are always a massive hassle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I'll probably get away with that. That's about as tight as we can get that one, so that's our line. Seems to be anyway.
Looks fine.
Yeah. Okay.
You can double click on it and be done with it.
Yeah. These can be a bit of a hassle.
Yeah. Getting it lined up.
Yeah. Yeah, getting the first one in and then well, it doesn't have to be absolutely perfect, but you know, close.
A little closer.
Yeah.
I think you got room to play.
Yeah. I need to avoid this as well. It needs to be out just enough to avoid that. We'll have to snap another piece on that in a moment.
That looks good.
Yeah, it seems to be.
I mean, it's lined up to where it'll hit that steel beam and kind of cover it, you know.
Hmm. Now you can tell it needs to go
Up a little bit. There you go.
1 second now. You see that there? Yeah. The only way to do this properly is you would have to sacrifice a ton to get them lined. You see that one there? Yeah, getting there. That shading. Something like that. Now we'd need to get rid of that little guy. That's their only problem.
That actually looks good.
Yeah, it's just not there. You see it?
Yeah.
It needs to be turned in. It needs to be actually going on the other side. Actually, something like that. There. There we go. That's it. That's the one.
Pardon me.
Oh, no problem. There, that looks reasonable. Yeah. Just can't seem to get that little... There. Gotcha. Okay. This was always going to be a pain. Now, we could do something like this. Let's see. But you see my stupid problem, FGS.
Yeah, I do.
You see the floor? It's
Yep.
the same problem here, but this one will have to be pushed right down to this one. And then a piece added on the top. So, all that was for 0. Right. That's gotta be there. That's where we should be going from. I forgot about the guy on the bottom.
Go just a little higher.
Yeah, just a little. Just a tiny bit. I actually noticed it on the other one a moment ago. There. Okay, let's see, can we use this one and then another one? Might be a little easier. God, I hate doing this part.
I never did like covering these walls here
No,
in this
nasty.
area. It was the hardest part, but once you get it done, it makes the rest of it easy.
Yeah.
But you have to have your placement just perfect on it. So.
Yeah, you'd want to have the patience of a saint for this.
Pretty much.
It's still line and it's the way it closes. Snapping is the only way to get that out. And an Xbox, you know, I can't really move it back. I've got to angle it. Almost. Like that. Which leaves me with this kind of thing. A lot to be said for snapping pieces too, isn't there?
Yep.
That's the kind of way I wanted to look there. But I do have a plan. We're putting in, we're actually putting in some magazine stands.
Oh,
Is there
there
any
you
way
go.
I could use some pillars on those to make this run a little easier? This is kind of ridiculous. Better off with a longer one.
Yeah. Yeah, this was never my favorite place to build.
Oh, and this is the worst part because it's the longest wall.
Yep, some grog neck racks. That's right.
Yep.
And,
Oh
and
yeah,
some,
they're
and
going in there.
he'll throw his posters in too if he can.
Oh, we're going Grognak. We're going full core on that one. But the whole thing about this is keeping the lines out. It needs to look like it's one entire piece. There we go. Got it. Nasty, 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 nasty little thing. There. That was a nasty one. Right. Where's number 3? Oh yeah, we're going Grognak. That was a little easier, wasn't it?
I think
Puts
you
us
should
in
go. I
at
think you
an
should.
angle.
I think you should go with the biker chick kind of thing. That never gets boring.
No. Okay. The only way you make those work is the larger ones, and we keep angling them. We sacrificed a bit for that, but I don't mind that. We didn't have a choice. What about starting to use some of these for a change?
Actually, it might make sense here as I angle that corner.
And then we go flush in with that, and that could be a little display area. Same here as we come out. Whereas these guys here, I could, go here.
Oh, not the biker chicks I make.
And here. Kind of thing. And then the other guy would be,
The
coming out
biker
like
chicks I make
so.
right up front. They do the riding. They do the driving.
Maybe so. We we might get away with this. And then that kind of thing, you know? Interesting.
No, the biker chicks I had, they rode their own hogs.
Hmm.
They didn't ride on the back.
Hmm. Right the back of hogs. The Harley guys say, yeah. Yeah, this looks feasible. Or else we can just go straight back in the angle and cut it, which would probably be just as well.
You know, the
Right.
Harley riders today aren't the same as they were in the 70s. You know that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
They're
we'll go
not
with that.
near as hardcore as it used to be. Nothing like it. Not even close.
Right. Let's cover this wall. I might sacrifice a tiny bit on the inside here.
Yeah.
Try and keep these straight. I might go with something like this instead. You know, that kind of thing. And then it will be easy enough to run across on the other side. Or so I'm hoping. I know I can pretty much do it any way I want because we're moving them in individually. Here we totally hugged the wall, didn't we? The last time.
Yeah.
We'll have that tiny little bit of space, let's say, for that, but that seems to be okay. Now,
I don't think you'll be missing much if you cut a little corner.
yeah. It's more the shape I'm concerned about. We'll see how far we can get this in. I told Kirsty she cannot ride in the arch. She can take the bus, yeah. See this? We'll see if we can just push that little guy in a fraction. See if there's a tiny bit of room. This one will have to converge. There. Okay, that's pretty decent. There. We're back in the line. Now, now we should be able to
Well,
do
you know
something.
what the saying was in the 70s, don't you?
What was that?
Ass, gas, or grass. Nobody rides for free.
I've seen worse. I've seen worse. Right.
Hey, Doro.
Oh, hi, Doro. How long have you been streaming? It says 25 hours plus. It's probably wrong. Twitch has been all over the place.
You've
I've been
only been on for a
streaming
little while.
for about, well, actually, 99 minutes. I've been streaming. They'd ship me straight to a retirement home if I did a 25-hour stream. I'd probably die halfway through the stream.
Oh, I'd be snoring already.
Yeah, 99 minutes. Yeah, we've been streaming. It probably happened. I was about an hour and a half in my stream yesterday when Twitch broke down. So what will probably happen is it probably continued from that. And that was about 24 hours ago, so that would be about 25 and a half hours, yeah.
Could be. That could be why it kicked me out, too. Welcome back, Jill.
Yeah. Oh, welcome back, Jill. Excuse me.
Good to see you again.
So, what have you been up to, Dora?
This day can officially end anytime now.
There, that's the way we'll be doing that, FJS.
One of those days, Jill. Sorry. Yeah, she did have to work, I believe. Oh, you're just now eating? Yeah.
Oh.
I've had days like that, too.
It'll officially end any time now. It's 9 p.m. and, oh my, you're just eating now. I know what we'll do there. We'll go with that other guide. And hide that one eventually when that comes in, but we need to get you in.
Yeah, I hear that, Joe. Moving's never any fun. Moving can be a hassle. So where are you moving to?
Went to All Blues before bed. Now getting my kicked here at level 23. I just want to explore and not die. Yeah, you might have to go with the implants and some decent armor, I suppose, for that one, and a decent weapon. Like, I'm just so over
Yeah.
just getting ready. Yeah, it does go on, Joe.
It sucks sleeping after you eat because you
It was
can
fairly normal
develop
for me growing up.
heartburn that way.
Yeah, me too. I used to work some long hours, and it would be even later than that I would actually eat. And that's why I have an ulcer, I'd say.
Oh, nice. Your grandpa's house?
I was forced to do it, Joe. You know, you get used to it after a while, but it's not good.
Well, at least you should be familiar with the house then, Joe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, just getting the stuff ready. Yeah. I looked at my armor, and it was, yeah, completely broken. It's very easy, you know, to forget about your armor, fixing it up, because of the constant fixing stuff. But I decided not even to go with armor on this one.
Yeah, well, good luck to you, Joe. Once you settle in and get everything unpacked, you'll be good to go.
Yeah, I am, and I'm so excited. But like, yeah, everything else is piling up. All the stuff you should have, well, hadn't had time to get around to before, you know, now must be done.
And your brother? Your brother's moving it too?
I see, well, it's just this one to work on. I would like to get that one right before we move on.
So you're going to be living with your brother? Oh boy.
I appreciate his help. Handyman stuff it is. Again, I'm not built for physical labor. Okay, well I have to use the longer one, guys. There's no end on that, and it's not really working out. That's one section at least. I'll do the design on it later. That will be our biggie there, I'd say. With the likes of that, we would obviously be using these.
He's just helping you, I see.
Something like these. That kind of thing. Okay, we need a few biggies. Small ones are too much of a hassle.
Kill each other.
Ah, I see. Oh, really? That's a shame. That's a shame. These are just the wall sections, but once we get them in,
Yeah, some people
we can
just
undo
aren't
the
really
pieces.
good at managing property, so that's the way it goes.
It is a shame, yeah. Now, let's see, I get a fresh soul. Then we're on our way.
Hear that?
Right. We can see where we're going now at least, so we can start to fill in this guy. Hopefully without too much hassle.
Yeah, but at that point, Mike, you gotta decide which is more priority, you, your family, or your parents' house. So well, like I said, he could have been more focused on his family rather than his parents' house. So
There we go. Now, round 2 of this little fiasco. Let me see if we can get this lined up. We should be, because it's just one on top of the other this time. Pity I couldn't scrap the walls here. Yes, on the side and leave an empty cell. This is gonna be nasty, but possible. We go that way. It doesn't really matter, does it? Nope.
I haven't seen Blonde in a while. She doing okay?
Blonde, she was here last night. Yeah. She drops in most nights, actually.
Nice.
Oh, she changed her tag as well. Yeah. Come on.
Oh, she is? Yeah, I just call her Blonde. She's always been blonde to me. That was a previous
I
game
still did
tag.
that as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, she's streaming.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, we've always called her Blonde, so. It's kind of hard to kick the habit, you know?
These are gonna be a nightmare, aren't they? We can get them though. Yeah, just gotta be careful.
She went to bed.
Oh, Lady Grey, yeah.
Yeah. She was tired. She said goodbye.
That's not bad, guys. All things considered.
Yeah, that's what I figured. She felt sleepy and had to go. She put it in dark mode and went to bed. She's probably dreaming of Croc's voice right now. So,
Nightmare, more like.
okay. Well, either way.
Still technically a dream.
Yeah.
Caught on a technicality.
Yeah, just take your pick. I don't care. Matters not to me. Jill says guilty.
There it is, just a tiny. This is the worst part of it. We can get over this one.
Yeah, I do. I used to do that all the time. Just fall asleep right in the middle of talking.
Literally.
Actually, I've had streams where I was so tired while I was streaming, I fell asleep.
That's strange.
Didn't mean
Oh,
for
yeah.
it, but it happens.
Hmm. I don't get it. Yeah, we need the other guy. We'll have to disappear that guy, I'm afraid. And use the other one. Like that. Yeah, let's
It was either you or Tigger, one or the other. That
sure
I
Croc
that,
set
that,
her
that I
good
that I can
up just
say.
for me.
Yep, it was either you or Tigger. I can't be sure which one. How's Tigger doing? Have you heard from her or no?
Tigger was here about 3 days ago.
Hi, Perry Twinkle.
Oh, hi Perry. Hi, how are you? I hope you've been well. Yeah, it would have been about. It would have been Joe, wouldn't it? About 3-ish days ago, I'd say.
Kind of like she's normally been hanging out too. So it's like every 3 days she'll check in or something. You know, there's been times where she's been gone for months, so which was not like her, you know.
Yeah. I think she might still be there lurking, just say between texts.
Yeah.
There. That's not too bad, guys. I did say this would be nasty, and he was right.
Yeah, we all do have lives. I don't know about revolving around Croc, but
To revolve around Croc, you see.
that's pushing it.
I was telling you that for a long time. You just wouldn't believe me, FGS. There you go, collaboration on that. My nightly routine revolve around Croc. Yeah, sure, we believe you.
Uh-huh. And you would not kick Croc out for eating crumbs in your bed, huh? Croc can eat crackers in your bed anytime. and leave crumbs.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was only on for about an hour again. Apologies about that, guys. I was bored out of my skull for about 4 hours after.
That can happen,
Yeah.
especially when it comes to Twitch.
Oh yeah.
But then again, who am I to talk? I can't stream at all.
Oh yeah, this way. This way here. These have always been a heartbreak. These ones here.
It won't let me create a new account. What happens is that the app itself is latched on my IP address, and I can't change my IP address. That's why I can't create another account, because I can't change my IP address. My cable company won't allow it. No, it's not a sign. It's just a pain in the ass.
Okay, we get it on from this one, and I think
I'll end up
we'll move it
I'll
in
end up
in a
quitting
moment.
I'll end up quitting this cable company, and then I'll get a new IP address.
Yeah, about the only way. I think.
I'm just waiting for the what do you call it? The fiber optics crews to finish up here in town. Once they get that finished, I'll switch to fiber optics.
Bit. Right. We use those bits.
Instead of relying on cable, that way I can get a new IP address, and I'll be able to create a new account and stream again.
There we go. We're getting there, guys. Yeah, you see that one?
It's probably going to take a year or so.
That will need to be rearranged just a tiny bit. Might have been too bad if we had a piece, let's say, big enough for a whole wall, but this is the only way we can seem to work this.
Yeah, a lot can happen in a year.
And we'll start from there. Yeah, look at that.
Then again, very little can happen in that year too, so just don't know.
I'll have to bring that way down here. Yeah.
All I know is that when I
smash that
complain to Twitch, they won't respond to me, so I can't have them do anything on their end.
Okay, I'll save this before I adjust that little guy. I see a tiny problem with this. Okay, we'll make a few pieces before we do.
Sometimes I have, but I'd be ending my stream when he's on, and they might overlap.
It has. We did sometimes.
It has in the past.
Yeah. But we'd still be party chatting, you know.
Yes, we were still party chatting at the same time.
But on Mixer that time, Joe, you could kind of stream together, you know, on kind of two. It was called, what was it called again, FGS?
Yeah, it was dual stream.
Dual stream, you know, both could.
Yeah, you
could
could have
stream
up.
together.
Yeah, you could split screen streaming.
Yeah,
Mixer had it to where you can have up to 4 people streaming together
and
on
you
the
could switch
same.
from.
Well,
Yeah, you could
they
see.
on the TV you could have half the stream for him or half for me, and then a third one pop in. Then that either the bottom or the top half would split in half again. They had it to where you could
I
have 4 streamers.
I paid a 6 months fee to have Croc let me be here. It was well invested. It went into the Guinness Brewery and shares and investments and that.
Yeah.
I think whiskey got some as well. You can have enough whiskey. Those guys need to sell those shares.
Yeah. Yeah, but we have
Yeah,
streamed at the same time. It was kind of fun.
it was, yeah. But the only problem with that is kids would absolutely pest you to co-stream with them.
Yeah.
There was one kid in particular, 15 seconds after I started my stream, he'd keep giving me invites to join him. And it was kind of annoying for some people, you know?
Yeah, and you have to block them.
Yeah, then you have to block him. Do you remember that kid, that hijacker we had one time?
Yeah.
We were fixing up, what was it called? The slog, yeah.
Oh yeah.
We were fixing the slog on Mixer. But what was it he wanted me to do? To do an entire stream centered around him, where he would be our guest of honor. He was like P.T.
Yeah,
Barnum.
Yeah, he was asking for too much.
He was the most shameless promoter I have ever seen. Oh
Pretty
my
much.
God.
Pretty
This
much.
guy is, well, when he gets older, he'll go far in sales. He should definitely work for TikTok or Google or something. He was a little unhinged. Tiny bit. He was relentless. If you think I speak a lot, this guy, it was just constantly, really quickly, never ending. And no one could say anything. It was just literally him. But he was successful as a scarecrow from my channel.
Pretty
Any new
much.
people, yeah, any new people, joining the stream would be gone within maybe 15 seconds. I would say it was about 12 to 14. I'd say about 14. Would you, FGS?
Yeah, just irritating little shit.
Mm.
A very
But then,
you couldn't put a word in edgewise if you wanted to say something.
yeah.
So that didn't go well with me. So
Yeah. Oh no, this guy was the other end of the spectrum, Joe.
yeah, he
But then-
hated me. He loved Croc, but he hated me.
He loved JFGS, come on. There was another kid, but he used to always watch my streams. But he would, maybe once a week party chat for about 10 minutes, very respectful and everything. So we would, let's say, always have an open party chat. But I was about 9 months or 10 months building on Mixer. So this
Yeah.
guy joined our party chat, and we didn't know who it was, but it was this kid. Yeah, his voice broke, and we couldn't recognize him.
Yeah, he
So
grew
I
up.
said,
He grew up on it.
but I said to FGS, I said, this playthrough is going way, way far too long. I said, there's kids actually growing up on the stream.
Yeah.
This has got to be some kind of record.
Yeah.
Oh.
He literally went through puberty right there on the shot. On the spot.
That was some long stream. Oh my God! I think he was shaving as well. I think at one stage. Hmm.
Yeah, you can hear the little electric trimmer in the background. No, but literally, his voice did crack, and his voice just changed right there. Boom.
Then there was another kid. I never forget him. His name was Ethan.
Oh, Ethan.
But yeah, do you remember Ethan?
Oh, yeah.
But he would always come on, and he would literally be eating, really noisily. And we put up with it for a while. So what did I say to him, FGS? I said, Ethan, stop eating, Ethan. Okay, Ethan. What was he eating? Some kind of potato chip.
Yeah, he was always eating something, and he was smacking his lips pretty hard. So,
And that kind of noise on a microphone is, oh.
hey, you don't hear me eating right now, do you?
No. No.
No, I will at least turn off my microphone though.
Right. Okay. Now we see if we can get the rest of these guys in. They're going to be a little iffy, but we'll get them eventually. Oh yeah. No, the potato chips were absolutely the worst.
Well, we've had quite a few characters come through there.
Mm. Well, we've had
Oh,
some
I know,
strange
Joe.
ones as well. But
Hi,
one
Bomb.
person stands out, actually, in my mind. Oh, hi, Bomb. How are you? How much mod? We're using building mods. Bomb. Here we can only use SOE, Settlement Object Expansion Pack. We're using another mod called Place Anywhere, let's say, for basically glitching stuff. Works a little bit like the rug glitch, but I can do it much faster. But this was vanilla when we got here.
Yeah, he's not running
So,
very many mods.
Yeah. I'm running 3 building mods. Snappy House Kit, which I can't use here. USO, the building stuff I can't use here. And SOE. So SOE is Settlement Objects Expansion Pack, and this is Xbox. USO is Unlocked Settlement Objects. And Snappy House Kit is basically Snappy House Kit.
Perry,
Xbox.
that was
Just
probably
3
me
mods.
because if I get to laughing too hard, I start coughing.
Yeah, but we have earlier saves here somewhere. I won't load them up, but you should be able to see them here from the screen. This is when we were an hour and 53 minutes here. So, you know, you can see that, guys, can't you? I think you can. You see from there. So, we did it from scratch. There it is. There. That's the best way without loading it up, let's say. All the saves and stuff. But this will be a player home. You know, magazines, weapons, armor, bobbleheads.
Yeah.
Once I'm finished.
Yeah, the last time you did this, you had a little water feature.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to do that again. We'll see.
No, I don't think it'd be a good idea.
No, I don't think so either. How are your piggies doing? Happy? That's good. Right, let's carry on with this.
If anything, maybe just a water cooler, maybe, if you can.
Yeah, something like that. That would be the decoration part of it.
Yeah.
Well, we don't carry a lot of mods here on console, as you probably know, Bum. 2 gigabytes, so we gotta make do with what we have. Yeah, well, that one guy actually stands out in my mind when we were doing Starlight. You remember when
Yeah.
Gus used to stop by? He was strange.
Yep.
Now there's a problem here.
Have you heard from Q-Tip at all?
Yeah, he was here last night.
Really?
Yeah, he was.
Oh, I haven't seen him in quite a while.
Yeah, he was here last night. You know, Q-Tip, well, a few messages, and
then he took off, yeah.
well, he could have been lurking.
And normally he just pops in and then pops
Yeah,
back out.
says hi, and pops back out, yeah,
Yeah.
basically. But I don't think he streams anymore, FGS.
Yeah, he told
Or
me
if he
quit.
does, yeah.
Yeah, he was really just enchanted with it.
Yeah.
He tried
was
hard, but
enthusiastic. Yeah, at first.
he tried too hard, I think, and
Yeah.
it just never took off for him.
He should have sticking to the games he liked, you know. Or maybe there were the games he liked. I always thought he was into Fallout 4.
I actually had mac and cheese tonight too, Jill.
Fat and weak. I ate too much mac and cheese.
I had a roast beef
Now I'm
sandwich
full.
and mac and cheese. I had a roast beef sandwich and some mac and cheese. That's what I had for dinner.
The walls are always going to be the piece.
I couldn't eat all my macaroni and cheese, so I got too full.
Never really into cheese. I can eat cheese, just cheese, you know, the harder cheeses. But to put it on a burger, no.
You ate a whole box of macaroni and cheese? Wow. That is a
a
lot.
whole box.
That's quite a bit. You must have been super hungry. No, I had about a cup of macaroni and cheese. It's about all I could handle. I mean, that roast beef sandwich was filling too, so it didn't leave much room for the macaroni and cheese. I couldn't eat it all. But it was really, really good, though. I had the white cheddar mac and cheese.
Okay, something. Excuse me. Holding this.
You should have had something with it.
Get that back. Just that fraction. Oh, well, thank you, Joe. Dust or something.
Could be dander from the doggos.
Yeah.
That's what usually makes you sneeze anyway. So, did it cool down there yet? Or is it still hot over there in Europe?
Oh, yeah, it's not too bad, to be honest.
Oh,
It
good.
wasn't the worst.
At least you broke the heat.
Yeah,
That had to
but
be
it could
miserable.
change. Oh, yeah, it was. It could change at any time, unfortunately.
Yeah, without having AC, that had to suck hard.
Yeah. I think that's how we do it, guys.
Oh, you just got raided by Blonde. Hi, Blonde.
Oh, hi, Blonde. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. Downright nice in Texas. Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's pretty nice here in Nebraska, too, Duro.
I'm getting a bit of hassle with this one, guys. This is the key to the whole thing. If we can get this in, reasonable. So, what you been up to, Blonde?
Hi, Blonde.
Yeah, well, he just mentioned you a moment ago, Blonde. Oh, I just get this guy. I've never liked doing these walls when you're starting to, do this kind of silliness.
Hi, home.
As long as I can get the lines out, I'm not too bad. That's kind of okay. That might work. Yeah, that would do. There'll be other stuff coming in here, so, if there's anything
Yeah.
slightly off, it should be able to, cover that. There. You see those? Ah, come on now. I just lined that last one.
Hi, Phoenix.
There. Okay, got it. About time as well. That was always going to be the nastiest piece. Right, the rest should go. Let's see. A bit quicker. I'm hoping. And thanks for the shout-outs, Jill.
Yeah, she's good at that. I'm not.
Now this one. Yeah, I did a bit of experimenting with a Y spot. Kind of half figured it out. I'm gonna have to get back to it again and try and figure out what else I can do on it, That message is kind of incomplete. I need to do that kind of last played game.
Yeah.
And then it should be okay, but I'm kind of getting the hang of it. I eventually will. Silly little thing, isn't it?
If you say so.
There. You see where it's going in the two pieces? Oh, of course. How could I be so stupid?
What am I playing these days? I haven't been playing anything. I've been waiting for a certain game to drop, but it doesn't drop for another month or so.
Ah,
Let me check real quick. Scorn. I've been waiting for Scorn. I have it pre-downloaded,
there we
but I'm
go.
waiting for it to drop. It's called Scorn. SCORN.
Alright. So, what's that about?
Scorn. It was done in the style of the artists that
There we go,
created
guys.
Aliens.
Oh, cool.
So it's kind of like that. It's a biomechanical game. Yeah, it's called Scorn. The artwork in it alone is kind of insane. It was all done by the same guy that created. All the artwork was created by the guy that created the aliens and the alien movies.
Yeah, I did say this was going to be nasty, didn't I? Well, you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah, H.R. Geiger. Yeah. Yeah, Duro. Exactly. I don't know if it's an RPG. I think it might be like a first person shooter. I don't know if there's very much language in it. Yeah, he does have some of the craziest artwork I've ever seen in my life, and it is spectacular.
I think that will do because we're going with another piece on that, so
Oh, you got
I
everything
think that
put
will
away now
work.
there?
That's not bad. Yeah, that would do. Okay. I'm thinking about, at least this will only need one piece, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of a
Won't be.
creepy game, but it looks intriguing to me anyway.
Oh, I still need to. Drat.
Think you might play Andromeda next? That was a good game, but it was different than all the other Mass Effects, so don't treat it like a Mass
Hmm.
Effect game. But it has its own story, and it takes a while for it to take off. But once you get into it, it has a good story to it. They could have done more with it, though. I enjoyed it.
There.
Oh, you watched Purple play Andromeda? Nice.
Nice. Okay, we're getting there, guys. Yeah, this is a big, big area.
Oh, nice Bond. I bet that was pretty cool.
Ah,
Having your own grandson stop in and say hi in your stream. Bet that was cool.
Got it. I watched Purple Blade. It looks good. Nice. I was happy. My grandson came by my stream. Oh, that was cool.
Yeah,
Right.
it's not the next chapter. It really
It's
isn't.
a series. Just look at it differently. I think with Andromeda, they went.
Just think of it
characters
as a
were made in the.
spin-off. Just think of it as
Yeah.
a spin-off. It's
Yeah,
not.
spin-off.
It's not in the series itself.
Yeah, spin-off would be probably the way to categorize it, I suppose.
I mean, none of the original characters are in it, but there's mention of Liara, and there's some characters from Mass Effect 3 that are related to some of the characters in Andromeda. So it's different.
It's a little bit, let's say, if the original series was a TV series called Dynasty, Andromeda would be Falcon Crest. That kind of thing.
No. But let's say if it were Star Trek, it would be more like Deep Space Nine. Just saying.
Oh. There, that will do for a moment. God, the swamp patching thing is driving me nuts. You see that? That's so
Yeah,
waste
but
of
the
time.
Stargate series was really, really good. I loved them all. The Stargate was my favorite of all TV shows. I never missed any of the episodes. Yeah, but say you like Stargate, it would be more of a spin-off, like the last one there was, like Universe, Stargate Universe, or whatever it was.
There. That's a lot better. Now I need one of the larger ones, that's it. They're not really cutting it for us.
No, Atlantis was pretty good.
Mm.
Yeah, it'd be kind of like that. You got it, Joe. You nailed it. That's what Andromeda would be to Mass Effect. It'd be like Atlantis to Stargate.
Wasn't well received, apparently, was it? Andromeda. By fans.
No, not even the concept was the same.
I'm doing Fallout 4. Oh, that's cool, Phoenix.
Because there was no
Just
mass
to-
relays in it. You had destinations like you did. You had a galaxy map, kind of like you did, but there were no mass relays. There were none. There were no mass relays in the game, so
So just a quest on that, Phoenix, yeah? Or are you doing it with, let's say, modded quests? They took all the main characters. Yeah, out of a different storyline. Yeah.
yeah, it's even a different timeline. It started at the end of Mass Effect 3, but by the time they reach their destiny, it's 600 years later. It's kind of crazy.
But-
They were all in cryostasis for 600 years
But
while
no, I
they
never
went to
played any of that Mass Effect. Bit before my time. When was that released anyway? That was
Mass
the
Effect.
first one.
2007 or 2000 something. I think it's
Oh,
2007.
around the same time as Oblivion.
Right around then, yeah.
Now, this one.
Yeah,
We
Mass Effect
go.
really is a great game. I mean, the way they do their storylines and the way things change. It's probably one of the most overlooked space RPGs
Oh.
ever made.
Oh, that's nice. Your first time playing it. Oh, that will be a treat. The exploring is awesome, isn't it, when you're playing it for the first time, Phoenix? Yeah. Yeah, your best to play it as much as possible in vanilla before you mod it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, first time. Yep. You'd want at least 3 good playthroughs, you know? Get all your achievements out.
Yeah, that's what I
Then,
did.
yeah. Then start modding it.
I had like, what was it? 9 playthroughs, and then I started modding.
After 3 hours, Blonde, yeah? Yeah, that can be an issue. You know, sitting for that long. Come on.
You've never finished a playthrough on
I've
Fallout
never
4?
finished.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Wow. Then you really haven't seen how it ends or anything. It is a long game, so it does take quite a while to get through it. Then again, Croc and I had a lot of hours set up in this game anyway.
Oh.
More than we
Would you
care to
believe?
mention.
I didn't even count them. If I actually knew how many hours, I'd probably stop playing.
I know altogether I was close to what, 4,000 hours just in Fallout 4.
I even had a save that had half that time.
I would imagine Croc is probably right around 5.5, maybe 6,000 now.
Oh, well over 10 FGS, I'd say.
Or well over
If
10,
you're taking all play. I did a lot of vanilla building. I did the quests more times than I care to remember.
Yeah.
If somebody told me I did 20,000 hours, I'd have to believe it. That's how
It took quite a
ridiculous it
while.
is.
It took quite a while to get Croc to even try mods.
I've always preferred the game vanilla. But
I literally
it's the
had
only
to
thing
twist-
that...
I literally had to twist his arm to get him to play mods.
That's the only thing that keeps it playable now for me, to be honest.
Oh, the mods, yeah.
Yeah. I've just done too much time on the game. Got to be like a job.
Pretty much. The only thing that's missing is a paycheck.
Yeah. There, guys. That looks pretty decent. It's all about the stupid shading on it. There. God, that didn't take long, did it? Okay, just the back wall.
Jill, if you ever want to learn how to do the mods, talk to me. I can tell you how to set your mods up perfectly, which work and which don't, and the order to put them in. I have probably 2,500 hours just in modding alone, testing mods, checking mods, building a nice mod list that worked.
And remember, Jill, the golden promise. Any mod setups that we do here and that we show you how to do comes complete with a free fire extinguisher.
Yes, it does.
So, you know what I mean? You're pretty much covered.
See, basically, while he was still building and starting with mods and having fun, I was still testing them and making sure I could use them and if they broke the game or not. So I could find out which mods were safe to use.
Excuse me. Right.
And eventually I ended up with 195 mods. And it worked perfect. And that's a lot of mods.
It is.
And not
Yeah,
have
we've
the
had
game
the
crash.
tiniest ones as well to get 195 on that console.
Yeah, but some of the tiny ones were some of the better ones too.
Yeah, they were actually.
They really were.
The big ones, I'm not so interested in them. Give you a ton of stuff you don't want.
Yep. Yes, you do, Joe. Yes, you do. You have lots of games. Like you probably haven't even played the.
Okay, maybe the other one. Where are you?
Oh, I know you've been playing the Witcher series, but you probably haven't even looked at the. Oh, what game was that? Tomb Raider yet? You probably haven't even played Tomb Raider yet. That was a good 3 games there too that were really good. And of course, there's the 3 BioShock games too. Those are really good. And then you still have Andromeda.
Oh yeah, Andromeda.
Yeah, she's still got a long list of games to play yet.
Okay. Then could I actually get over that one? Too much.
She's gonna have an absolute thrill ride in BioShock. She'll love it.
Yeah.
She'll love it and hate
Witcher
it at the
series.
same time. Yeah.
There we go. Now it's starting to shape up at long last. Now I can do that, but something like that later. We'll check it out later. We can.
I have a very long game list. I have over 70 games, and I play them all.
Now see if we can get the large one for this.
Yeah, I don't blame you for that, Joe. It's easier to concentrate on one game at a time.
Yeah. Okay. I've never liked glitching these SOE pieces. You've just got to be too perfect with them before they blend.
Yep, you can forget how to play, especially if you're playing one game and playing another. The control setup is different, and you forget. That's happened to a lot of people.
Yeah,
Believe it or not,
obviously
a
on
lot of
when I
it
switch.
happens. It happens to a lot of streamers that play multiple games during the week. They spend like the first 10 minutes trying to get used to the controller again. And then I'm there on the stream watching, just laughing at them, picking on them.
No, okay. Okay, we're well on our way now to ending this little charade. Now, that's always been a problem. You see that door thingy? So,
And that's how I am, Joe. I only play one game at a time.
where that would be? Okay, we won't need a top section apparently, because this guy will be coming down to. Oh, well, I could.
Yeah, it sucked because
Yeah.
when my Twitch app broke, I was right in the middle of my Mass Effect playthrough. I was streaming it. Some people are really intrigued by it, though. Yeah, you do. To be honest,
Okay, we
I
need
get
some
more
of
out
those
of a game
guys.
if I play just a single game.
We're getting there. We're getting there. This will change a lot,
That way,
I'd say,
the
when this
the
is finished.
storyline and the lore, it's all fresh. You absorb it more.
Yeah, on the newer games.
Yeah, I prefer playing one game at a time.
Where's my soda? I'm drinking far too much soda. Oops, nice one.
I'm actually drinking a soda tonight. It's an A&W cream soda.
Ah,
Okay, Joe, you have a good night. Sleep
okay,
good.
guys, my eyelids are winning the war. Have a good one, Joe. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest and great day tomorrow. Stay safe, Joe. Bye.
Good night, Joe. Pleasant dreams.
Okay, global. Yep, got it.
Yeah,
Now.
Jill's got to be tired. She's been up for quite a while.
Oh yeah, she's been doing that moving thing as well. So
Yeah.
after work and doing that, and
Then she was up early this morning on a Lady Grace
ruined your
stream.
weekend as well.
And then she was up this morning, real early this morning, on a Lady Grace stream.
Ah,
Because she starts somewhere around 6 o'clock in my time zone.
oh. And thanks for the luck, Jill. I appreciate it.
Sleep good, little lady.
Now, we go straight across with these. And I'll need to really get these going into the side. If I can, do something like that. We'll see if we can.
Oh, I've been very, very busy lately, Blonde. Too busy, to be honest. At least now it's settling down. I can get back to having my 3 days off and enjoy the weekend some more.
Yeah.
At least I'll be able to see Croc streams every now and then now. Yeah.
There.
You know,
Well, it's good to keep busy as well.
It was just crazy this summer because we actually got busier over the summer than. And normally we were never that busy during the summer. And I think it's about to get hectic.
I don't want to have to go up a little bit, I'd say, but of course it will. Well, I won't know till I get this other guy in, so let's make a few of these. Probably need 3 more.
Other than that, I've been pretty good. Thanks, Blonde, for asking. And how are you been?
Excuse me one moment.
Oh, no problem, Croc.
I really need to pack in that cigarette habit. Now.
Yeah, it's a harsh one. I know.
Oh. Hang on, we're supposed to fix both of these, yeah. That's our problem, wasn't it? Now is the time then.
Yeah.
Now is the time. We can get our measurements from here.
Oh, nice. I do like the apple orchards. I do like apple cider. It's delicious. Nice.
Oh, one moment on this guy. I can see ya.
I'm glad everything's okay.
Fall is almost here. They're opening the orchards and cider. Oh, nice. Just streaming and hanging out here. Nice.
Yeah, fresh apple cider is good, though. I'm looking forward to that the most.
It's not bad. I think that would do. Now, this is the last of the silliness here, but we'll have to kind of blend it like this. A little differently. To get this one to work.
Yep.
Something like that. there. Alright. Now this guy. I'd prefer to use a larger one, but you know that's not gonna work.
Yeah, I miss eating the the caramel apples myself. Those
No,
were
I
good.
have to. Where's that big guy? I might have no choice. I want to get this down in one piece, so I just might have to do something like this. I don't think with the edge on this we'll be able to do it, unfortunately. Not with that edge. No. The edge is tapered. Okay, the hard way it is.
Yeah, Nebraska has a lot of pumpkin patches, so
This is going to be interesting. See, I've got to have to patch that twice. That's going to be a brutal thing to do. Now, let's see, is there something else I can do with this? Let's say to make up for that little problemo. I'm thinking about doing what I was originally planning on doing. This little thing here. That would save us all of that hassle. You know, one each side. And that's providing we can get it right. I think that might be the way, guys. The only way. Which would mean two pieces again, but and a waste of space as well. Let me see. That's the problem. A door handle.
yeah.
The door handle is a killer. And that lining as well. I tried the hard way then. The only other way would be something like that, but that still doesn't give me the edge that I wanted. So it's pointless. Okay. This is going to be the hardest part here, I'd say, around this doorway.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Y'all have fun. I'm going to go ahead and take off.
No problem. Thanks for hanging out, FGS.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thanks.
it.
Thanks for having me on. I'll see you.
No problem. My pleasure.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Have a good one.
Sure will.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Have a good rest.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye. We have a lot of orchards here in Michigan. Oh, it's a really big thing here. In my county as well, it is. There's a brand, let's say, called Bulmers that gets a lot of export from here. I've found it in Britain, Germany, a lot of EU countries. It's actually pretty popular. It has another name, let's say, as well, and it tends to go by Magners. Maybe that might be more recognizable in the US. Your bedtime now too. And thanks for stopping by, Phoenix. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest, and I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Take care and stay safe, Phoenix. Bye. Yeah, I still have a good bit on this, but now once I get this done, get over this little problem, we can start on the other stuff. There's a roof and the sides, but to be honest, it won't be as bad as this doorway. This doorway is a kind of special case. There. That's that little guy, you see him? So, I was hoping to, well, maybe not. I really didn't design this place well, did I? There are lots of angles. And we can't really go in, and that's okay. We do it this way. And we can get around that little problem. You know, we should be good to go. And trust me, this is a problem. Okay. I'll tell you what I'm going to do with this. I'm going to add a corner piece. I think that will save us a lot of hassle. That's what I'll do. We'll add the corner piece. I think we can afford to do it now. You know, something like this would probably work. Yeah, we just center that little guy. Something like that we're looking for. Now let's see how far we can push you in. And that would probably work. There. Yeah, that would work. And now we just need the top pieces and we're pretty much done with this. I know it sounds like it won't take long, but you know what this is like. Right. Okay. It's pity these pieces weren't a little higher. This is the hardest part. A bit off, isn't it? Actually massively off. Okay, not the worst, maybe. Let me see the side. See what I mean? We can move the other one out if it gives us too much hassle. That's a bit better now. How's that? Yeah. That is horrible. Okay. It's not bad, it's not bad. That would probably work. Yeah. That's good. Just needs a tiny... now don't do that. There. There we go. That should work. Yeah, pretty much. You see that there? That's where it should be. You see the line it gives here on the top? That is absolutely murdering me. Like there. And then we come out. Oh. One moment. There. That's all I have to do, guys. I'm not going to get it tighter than that. Good night, Phoenix, and stay safe. My birthday is Saturday. Oh, and so it's the Dream Cruise, which is a big all-car event. Nice. And happy birthday in advance for Saturday. Yeah. Blonde. They drive up and down the main road for miles, and people come from all over. I know a few of them here. One in particular called Vintage Week, where they get some really old cars. I mean, really old ones. They do a pretty long parade. I don't know if that's still going. Must have been three decades ago since I was there. I thought about going and trying to. Yeah, that would be cool. You know, let's say on your phone even if it was only for maybe 10-20 minutes. Yeah, that would be interesting. And a little different as well, and that's good. Oh, that'd be a brilliant plan, I think. Not bad. It's actually not bad at all. There we go, guys. We're nearly ending it now. Just a few more pieces. Oh. We've run out of the pieces we want. So we need that small one here and this one there. And yep. Then there's the roofs and that. No, they won't be as hard to the place. It's just a matter of levels. Oh yeah, I would be very interested in seeing it, and I think a lot of other people would be as well, Blonde. Oh hi, LM. How are you? Yeah, it's coming along. It's going to be like a player home. I've done this before, but that was a long time back. I actually lost my saves due to that 0 kilobyte bug on cloud, and that was before I could upload it. So I suppose it gave me another chance to do this again. Only this time around I'm using the upstairs. It was just kind of single story last time. The problem with this LM is I'm only allowed to use maybe 7 to 10% of the stuff I have. So it's mostly SOE here. And that's why we've gone with this look. Well, there's still a few bits of USO stuff left, like the carpets and that. And I've been making use of them. This pretty much works like Boston Airport or the Mechanist layer. You know, where a lot of your stuff, even in vanilla, is actually cut out. Oh, that's unfortunate, Alan. That's very unfortunate. But I lost a 2,000 hour save. I had 21 settlements, although I expected too much from the game engine to store this kind of stuff. But I probably would have gotten away with finishing all of them had it not been for that little bug. It affected mostly PlayStation 4 or PlayStation streamers. But apparently it was on the Microsoft servers. And that kind of corrupts your save, and you're pretty much done. But it didn't really show its ugly head, that bug, until I think about 4 or 5 weeks after the Creation Club was created, and it's been around ever since. So, and oddly enough, let's say when they do anything big with the Creation Club or the engine, it happens as well, you know, within a week or two afterwards. Although I was playing Fallout 4, let's say, ZeniMax was doing some stuff, let's say, with the anniversary edition of Skyrim. I could almost sense it was going to happen. But they did track it back to the Creation Club. They messed up a lot of stuff. This is the only way I could get a stairs in here. A lot of my stuff is missing. So, and there's a lot of pieces I couldn't scrap. So I just used some cabinets and some of the floor pieces, you know, to create a stairway. Gotta work with what you have. I have very little here to do this. Just the SOE stuff, which is not really, you know, it's more of a kind of an institute, large build. And we still have access to Diamond City through there. So this would be a player home, bobbleheads, magazines, weapons, power armor kind of thing. So I could run a Berta stream. Yeah, perfect. From my phone and stream the Dream Cruise. I thought it would be a nice... Yeah, definitely it is, blonde. It's a pretty good idea. And these will be removed after. I just needed them for light. So this is the first draft. So then we'll be doing decorations and furniture and stuff, and you know, everything we need to do. But before that happens, we obviously need to finish here. We get our an identical kind of steps on the other side. Here, I'll have to find a way to deal with these really ugly things. And covering the roof and sides as well. So still a little bit to do. Okay, what were we doing? Oh yeah, we need a few more pieces. We're kind of struggling for room now at this stage as well. Okay, time to sleep. They'll have everything from the Model T to cars of today. Yeah, we have exactly the same one here in my county. Well, the county just over. And they call it Vintage Week. But I think with ours, your car has to be, I think, 50 years or older, something like that. But it was really just drummed up, let's say, just for local businesses and that. Now, okay, let's build the pieces we want. One here, so we just get that done. We have the other two pieces that should work. People come from all over the country to drive in it and watch it. Yeah, pretty much the same with Vintage Week here. And it does attract a few tourists as well, let's say from overseas as well. But it's pretty small. Okay, I might need two on you. Well, maybe not. Here, let me see. We might get away with one. Oh, I get this piece in. Yeah, this is a nasty little cell, but we should be able to hide most of it. And the weather is supposed to be perfect. Oh, that's good. You know, you'll have a nice sunny day, hopefully not too hot. But strange enough, I think it's around this time of year that Vintage Week is on. I think it's August. Yeah, early August. Sunny and around 80. Oh, cool. This will probably be the hardest one to fit. Hands down. Oh yeah, that's gonna be something, isn't it? It's not impossible, but oh, that's not bad. That is not bad. I think we have a winner on that one. I think we have a winner. Now, let's get this guy. Carefully, carefully, and this piece. Okay, I'll go from here then, and it's gonna be like that. I think it is gonna be like that. I got Spider-Man on PC, haven't opened it yet. Oh, nice. I see my youngest kid, he plays that one a lot. He quite likes it. The Spider-Man game. I think he's got a few, actually. Oh, you'll get around to it eventually, I'd say. That'll be something to look forward to. Yeah, you see how silly this thing is, but it's the only stuff we have to complete this. We've just got to suffer with it until we get it right. Almost impossible to fit these guys like this, but it will eventually. You see, we've got a seesaw back in, and that's never a good plan, but I have no way of moving it any other way. About getting that line out, but then it comes out too far, and then we only have that kind of seesaw action thing here. 1 second. Okay, we might get you. Ah, you stupid. That's terrible, isn't it? There, that's the best way. I think that's where we're going wrong. Yeah, I think we have it. There. I just needed to move it up a tad. There we go, guys. That ain't half bad. At last. Okay. That stretch of road they used was the same road they cruised and raced on. Oh, really? In your ute? Oh, that's cool. I'm hoping you'll be fine to use a mouse. Probably, yeah. What did my kid use? I think he's got some kind of controller. He plugs in, controller, I think, to his PC. I think that's what he has. But I think you should be able to, yeah. There. Now, the walls are all finished, guys. Now for this. Not looking forward to this, but here we go. But that's the last of the hiding. Might be some little bits here and there when we try and get rid of the pillars, but very, very small. This is the majority of the work here. Reminds me of Vegas. Using this kind of this kind of brown tan walling, for want of a better word. It reminds me of GTA. You remember the apartments? Reminds me a little bit of that. It's just the colouring, I think. Yeah. Reminds me a little bit of that. But that's just the colouring, really. Yeah, of course it'll be a problem because the original one is there. Tell me we've got something to hide that. That's a pity, isn't it? Surely we have something to hide it. I wonder what we could use on this. Yeah, there's gotta be something, guys. Yeah, I could do it something to hide that. We see we can't go up any further. And I need it in line with this. Okay, we'll have a little look at that in a moment. But for the time being, it's okay, and we'll see if we can come up with something to hide that. You see, I don't have all my pieces here. I don't like some of these, let's say, then we come around here and then, yeah, patch it in the best we can. These guys here, oh, I think that's our level there. So we might as well actually go right to the bottom of the door. We'll save us a bit of work on that. Right. Well, if this goes bad, all I'll have to do is add a piece. It would be perfect if, you know, but keeping that line is more important than I would see. There's got to be something there I can glitch in. I think I need to use the special event category. Yeah, for the stream. Yeah, okay. We'll live with that for a moment. We've got bigger fish to fry here. Well, I'll have to put the side on before I come across with this. Okay. Oh, the settings. Excuse me. Yeah, this was always going to be slow, but, you know, at least it's not a huge settlement. So, you know, every little bit we get out gets us way closer to the end. I wonder what I could use for that bottom piece. Even if I had just one item from Snappy House, I could fix that very easily. There might be some kind of crossbar I could use, probably. I think I know where I might find some. Okay. Oh, I see. We're gonna have the same problem here. Ish. Well, no, not so much. But yeah, kinda. You know, if we're keeping it up to the edge. There. We'll have to figure something out for that edge as well. What could we get for something like that? Let's say if I knew this, I would have doing this and adding this guy, you know, to it the first time. Oh, we see. We're gonna have to come up with some plan, aren't we? If these were plain, and let's say without those lines on it, this wouldn't be a problem. I have a mod that allows me to use most of everything. Yeah, there's some on Xbox as well. But I don't know, it just takes the fun out, I suppose. A little bit for me. Okay, there's another one there. I'll get you out of the way. Those little support beams. I really and truly don't know how we're going to manage to hide the edge on this if we're going to go with the lining. You know, keeping these relatively right. Even that is a little low. There, that's right. See what I mean? I'll get a couple of these in and then I'll see if I can come up with something we could glitch in, but I don't know. It'll be interesting to find if we, see if we have something there. I'm not sure what's left in the menu, to be honest. We're going to find out shortly. If not, we'll have to be offline with these and drag them down. The game was so loud I had to turn it down to hear you. Oh, my. Oh, the game you're playing. Ah. Yeah. I want to build a beehive, but the woman that has the queen bee to make it never has it. And I don't want to steal hers. Ah. Getting this in is not the hard part, but coming up with a fix, you see, it's pretty easy. Well, within reason. These things like that, they go in pretty handy. Extremely easy. It'd be as simple as that, really. Drag that round if we wanted to, but no real hassle on that one. As I said, that's easy. But if we want to keep this line going, you see the line we have here? Which is very, very important. We're going to have to come up with something to hide the edge. That I never tried here before. I don't even know how many pieces I actually have. Now that's a little problem. You see it? Okay. There. That looks pretty decent. And then it would only be, let's say, a matter of putting a roof in, which is very, very simple. This roof, if I can, I intend to drop to here, so how do we fill this gap? I'd glitch anything in, let's say, to get it done. And then we'll worry about these guys a little later. And that's our biggest problem. Gotta be something there we could use. That's okay, a lot of the stuff you can build from the mod, the bleachers, and stuff, and others don't, like light bulbs, lamps. Now, let's save this one. I was hoping to figure out these little problems before I streamed, but it's taken me ages to get down here, so now it's kind of stopping us from progressing, you know. And this is the last part. So we need to see what is one thing might work. We might be able to use some furniture and literally glitch it in. Remains to be seen. But, you know, doing it with furniture would be, you know, a lot of furniture. Well, that's roughly where we need to be. So let's see if it's actually possible. And can we con our way out of this one? Yeah, to start off with Connolly. Yeah, much like, let's say, ants and that. Very similar. But I think it's the royal jelly, isn't it? That they feed to a bee that determines whether it's, you know, fit for breeding. So the queen, yeah. A lot of stuff, yeah. I remember watching a little bit on it. Similar system with ants, but I'm not sure, and I'd say about what if it's different food or fed. A strange system. Now, all we have is SOE, so we're definitely talking furniture here. Only one thing really springs to mind here, but I need something a lot larger if I could. Oh, this is a pity. Okay, we'll go into furniture. Gotta be. Oh, the SOE might work. Not a large counter. Yeah, like that's a huge counter. But I think it's empty on the bottom, is it? It wouldn't really make a difference. This might work, blonde. I think this might work. And I can drag out the roof to where we need it. I wouldn't really mind that, to be honest. I think we have a fix. I didn't remember that one. It doesn't matter, it doesn't have a bottom. I can pull the roof out, let's say, to cover that one. And I'll get that. Let's say when I change the settings to, yeah, that would definitely work. And then we use the smaller one. Well, hopefully that won't be an issue. See, something like that. That would definitely work. I'm almost done with my playthrough. I only have, just Far Harbor. Yeah, that's my favorite DLC. Vault-Tec and tie up some loose ends. Cool. Okay, that's the way we'll fix it, guys. That's good enough for me. Oh yeah, we need a large one for this. Here, our first little job to do. That was fortunate. The grid snapping, we'll have to get rid of that as well. There, that might work. This has a good chance of actually working. Well, and it still plays in with the roof as well, so that would definitely do, I think. And then we kind of push it up, let's say, and get it to the... Well, we'll have to move the roof, won't we? Yeah, well, I suppose we can't have everything. We'll have to move the roof down to match. That looks good. So, this might require me. Oh, drat. Yeah, I'll have to patch it from here with the smaller pieces. And there are 4 pieces. Okay. Right. Yeah, it was never going to be easy. This one worked okay. This will have a little surround. Oh, it will still work. I'll put some neon or something on it after. Level 113, 10 days of playtime. Nice. Works out about 11-ish, isn't it? Levels, let's say. An hour. Or sorry, a day. Okay, we'll try that. That's our only fix. Okay. We'll make our pieces and then we'll have to glitch them. I'll best use the larger pieces because the smaller ones will be here forever. Now, it's constant changing as well. So, about 240 hours. Nice. That's a lot of time a day, isn't it? 24 by 10 to 40. Yeah, 10 days would be 240 hours. Now, this is the one we have to do. I don't know, do we even need that thing? Yeah, we could just bring the roof out. Pretty much the same, isn't it? Yeah, it's kind of silly. It's pretty much the same if it was a different car. Have we got anything in a different car? Well, let's have a look. Well, there's nothing in Snappy Paw, so it would be furniture. Chairs, it would be this H2 sort of thing. Where is it? No. This one. There's some stuff in here. I can just... the coloring is the same, so I can actually do this with... yeah, they put legs on these guys. Oh, hang on. Coloring is a bit off. Not bad. There's that one, guys. Let's have a look at that one. Oh yeah, Croc. We could do something like this. Yeah, let me just get rid of that guy for a moment. He's kind of hampering us. To be honest, I don't think we need these guys. It's just the same color. Now, however, this is a different story. Something like that is a bit different, isn't it? I think we have a winner. I really think we have a winner. I think we'll use the shelving. My first plan was, you know, obviously the best one. And we do something like that and we won't have to even extend it. And we get them in. Perfect. That would work. Operation Manhattan has a way to restart a mod, so... oh, cool, you can play it again. Hi, Steak Right, thanks for following. Appreciate it, and welcome. Yeah, we're fixing up home plate. We're making a player home. Only problem is only one of my mods will work here, SOE, and there's not a lot of bits and pieces in it. You know what it's like with a home plate. Works pretty much like Boston Airport and the Mechanist Lair. You can get a mod, let's say, so you can use whatever you want in it, but you know, I don't really have the room. And getting another mod, let's say, just for one settlement is definitely not worth it. It's more fun this way anyway. But it's mostly SOE we're using on this one. And we're doing this on Xbox. You know, the free mods. Well, the pieces at least. But we just found a way around a problem there. Let's say with a roof. So now we'll have to sort this one. But I think this would definitely work. This is what we were looking for. It's just a matter of getting it into place. Be a bit tedious, to be honest, but no, it totally needs to be done. There we go. I don't see anything wrong with that system, to be honest. And this can be, you know, adjusted if we wanted it. And that's not even bad, but I prefer, you know, we match it a bit. I think we have a way around it, guys. That's good enough. I think that works nicely. Oh, hang on. I don't like that. Just... Okay. I see. I'll have to drop down on this one, I think. That's it. That would work. There we go. Okay, we found a way around it. Right, let's do the rest of this then. We're pretty safe. You know, as long as we get, you know, it reasonably right. Okay. We need a ton of these guys for this and this, and then we can hack those in later. And the colouring is pretty decent. How many would we need? We need a ton. We can make them later. It's not a biggie. And I'll get rid of the lights a little later as well. I might actually, you know, push that up to where it should be instead, because I can fill this and I think it's worth it for a little bit of extra headroom, you know. Now, we done a little bit up here as well. Stake right, but again we had to, you know, use furniture and floor pieces to create that, because we don't have a lot of stuff here. And the old stairway, we couldn't scrap that one, so that's covered in. Over here it took a good bit of room, but still, it's behind all that junk. Well, we're getting there. Once we do this, we do a little bit of designing on it, then the decorating and lights, and, you know, it's a player home, so bobblehead stands, magazine racks, probably some armor and weapons, that kind of thing. A few mannequins. Okay. Although I kind of knew what we have to do with furniture. But it works. That's the main thing, I suppose. No, at least it wasn't containers. So I'll make a few of these, let's say, for the roof. And then we'll continue on with it. And I'll clean it up a lot pretty quickly. The lights won't be snappable because they will be patched all over the place, so I'll have to put them in manually as well. I'll have to change the settings for these ones as well. Right. Now. Okay. The grid snapping. Oh, you just get rid of that one. Right. Once I get that done, I'll put that stairway in on the other side as well. I just want to get this done, it'll just be in the way. We'll need a spot for that workbench. So I want to cover it over. I might still have the wardrobe doors. So we might be able to hide it behind one of those, you know. I know I shouldn't have played some before I streamed, that's why. Yeah, you get too tired. It kind of happens to me as well. I do a couple of hours before I come on, just trying to get, you know, the really nasty stuff that takes time. And then leave the quicker stuff, let's say the stream. Sometimes you'll run into a few problems. But this settlement, well, player home is has always been a bit nasty to do. Yeah, absolutely no snapping. Well, we can decide on any level we want to, really. So I was thinking about maybe there. Now, it doesn't matter where we put the first one, but everything else will have to be lined to that from there on out. So... I see. You can tell by the line, but yeah, getting these even can be nasty. Let's see, is that enough to get over that little piece? I'll try and get this in now. There it is. So I'll have to readjust these guys. These are a bit high. The irony is, if I get these spot on, they'll glitch, you know, kind of shimmer, and that's unacceptable, that one there. I've always found these extremely, extremely difficult. Yeah, that's... kind of live with that one. Now, that ain't so bad. I can touch it up a little later. The more jagged pieces we leave, the easier it'll be to, you know, set these later. I just had some building and I had a couple of robots. Oh, for your newest settlements. I Spectacle Islands, and I needed one. Yeah, definitely for Spectacle Island. I also had 8 people sneak into Sunshine Tiding, so I had to upgrade that place. Oh, yeah, the Settler Beacon. Yeah, I keep forgetting about that when I played Vanilla. The beacon. Oh, it's not bad. Yeah, I want to overlap it a lot, so it's easier to blend. Those lines are a serious problem. There. You see, the other one was actually off a tad. There. Now, this guy. We'd probably make it with this one, will we? No. Okay, just a few pieces to go on this. As I said, a roof goes pretty quickly. I went there and fixed it and scrapped the forgot you did. I used to do that all the time. I have maybe 10 settlers and I totally forget about it and look back and there's like 15 or 20. And then I have to go back and move them. Although I did do it on purpose a few times so I could fill up, once it was finished, the settlement pretty quickly. But it's, in vanilla anyway, it's kind of buggy way to get settlers in, using the beacon or transferring them especially. But the only way. With mods, let's say using the terminal to spawn them, much easier and a lot less buggy. A lot less buggy. Okay, not the worst. Okay, we're definitely getting there. Field lines are the ones we need out. Or as much as we can, they're almost impossible to get them perfect. The only chance I have is to keep trying. Kind of okay. We'll create a small issue here. Yeah, it was an issue here anyway. Let's see. There we go, guys. Okay. It's very liney, isn't it? There. I know when the edge comes out like that. You see that glitch? You see the way it glitches? That means you've got it absolutely perfect. I went there, fixed it. Oh, nice. Okay. That's not too bad, but it is creating that line. We need to be in between that, but there's no small movements on this silly controller. There'll have to be like that, I'm afraid. Okay. See that? The patching. I hate the patching. That's a little better. Lines are one thing, patches, new. Okay. That, I'll have a little look at that in a moment. There. That's a lot better. I just got lucky on that one. Ugh. Yeah, I should have leave him good enough alone, shouldn't I? I made a mess of it. Yeah, good enough alone. Here, let me close this from here. There. That's the patch that I don't want. There. Got it. I'll leave it this time. Okay, that's a roof. One of them at least. Now there's that one, and then we fix the edge, something like that, and the only thing really we've got to do is maybe a tiny bit around the door and the pillars. I don't know what I'm going to use for those. I'll see what I can find. We'll fix that problem when we get to it. Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. Once the decorations and furniture goes in, it will look a lot better. Now, so, yeah, we need this. Right, we need some more pieces. And while I was going into build, I just check my phone and I see how the stream is going, if it's buffering or... I see. Yeah, I've been having problems with Twitch lately. So it's best to keep an eye on it, I suppose. There's a good few actually streaming tonight. Yeah, it seems to be working. There we go. Right, we need some more of these, so... this would have been a lot simpler if I could have used more of the pieces in my menu, but a lot of stuff, let's say, cannot be used here. But luckily enough, SOE wasn't one of them. But it's not the ideal mod, let's say, for fixing this. Something a little bit more residential, like Snappy House, I suppose. Okay. So once that's in, the edge is in, and the stairs is here, it's basically hiding the pillars and furniture and decorations lights. And, the bobbleheads and magazine stands and all of that stuff, which can take time as well. Now I'll grab some soda. It's not too warm here. The humidity has died down a good bit, but it's still a bit warm. Excuse me. Now, okay, we need a level from here, which was going to be, let's say, hiding this to about there. Okay. We'll hide all nasty stuff. Okay. Never actually settles in the right place, does it? Yeah, it'll always, you'll drop a fraction too low or too high. There. That's pretty good. Not really. Trust me, this is the hard way of doing it. I think most of our extreme heat days are... Yeah, I think it's the same here, Blonde. My electric bill was $84 this month. It's usually around 60. What was mine? Mine would an average, let's say, per month, although we get bills here, let's say every 2 months. So I'm trying to break it down, and then the currency as well. It would average anywhere between $150 and $200 a month, depending. And I don't use any electrical heating. It's just too warm here. But you know, my kid plays a lot on PC and uses it a lot, so I can probably, you know, use up a lot of energy. So here would, well, I'd say the typical usage here would be around maybe $140 a month, I suppose. Like my last bi-monthly bill, that's every 2 months, was a little over, well, a bit. I think it was like something like 320 euros. But the X series, you know, would use up a decent amount of energy as well. And when you're using stuff, let's say like electric kettles and stuff like that. So it, yeah, it kind of adds up. That's not bad. I think we can live with that. Well, I know we can't, but there we go. We'll eventually get it. There. That will do for a starter. Now, I think I'll roughly put these in, and then, you know, we can come along with that furniture thingy and get that going. But I think, you know, just getting it close enough that would do. Yeah, something like that. And then the furniture will fill in the blanks. Oh, the patching, the patching. That's okay. And we're short one of these, I'd say. Better make it and get it over with. And then we'll try the furniture. It should give us an edge, something like this. That's actually not that bad. Yeah, that's not that bad. Okay, one or maybe even two. We'll have to build something for that workbench. You know, we can't leave it out. Okay. Was always a pretty grindy build. Placing every piece by hand, so you gotta level it up, it takes time. But we're over the worst of it, I think. Oh, my cat's outside. Yeah, did you hear that, Rex? Cat fight. Yeah. There's some cats outside my window. They seem to be fighting. There we go. We might only need one. I think I put in two because I wanted to overlap a lot. Easier to fit. Yeah, I'm using the controller stick. It's brutal to do this kind of stuff. Absolutely brutal. I don't mind that. All that will be hidden. Okay. I want to be careful on this one now. That's actually not bad. As I said, we should be able to hide it with the other piece. Jeez, that tiny bit at the back. There. There we go. Okay, this is where we see how the furniture works out. We've been using these because we don't have a lot of pieces here. But as long as it works, I haven't got a problem with it. The reason we didn't pull these down, let's say to cover it, is we needed lines to match up. It would look really horrible. Right. Almost all my furniture is here, so the furniture thing is not an issue. The building pieces, however, is a different story. We still have the problem of those rusty pillars. Let's see what I can do of those later. Would there be the last problem? Right. You see what I mean? It's no problem. I can move that to fit it in a moment. Let's try it with that for a second. There. That's cool. I'll sort these out in a moment. What you made me closed? Spider-Man and open Fallout 4. We'll probably have to adjust roof in a second, but we'll get these guys in, we'll see. These will have to line up perfectly. And I mean absolutely perfectly. Yep. You see all these little lines? Yeah, we can have them. Especially the ones on the bottom. Extremely hard to get rid of them, isn't it? And these ones. I might have to change the settings again on this, I'm afraid. And this is a longer line, but still, it's not impossible. That was just 2 pieces, so you know, all we had to do was correct one problem. That's not bad. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you see that stupid thing there? I can literally see where it's off. Ah. I think we'll have to change the settings on this guy. Every time we pull it out, it's either that or let's say do the edge with this instead of what we've done here. I'll push these guys up to, you know, something like that, which is not a bad idea either, but I'd prefer to do it this way if I could. Much easier. Okay. This is the way this will have to work. We'll have to come right out to about there, and we'll have to, yeah. Let's get this in, and then we'll adjust that and the roof, and that will be our way to fix this guy. Oh, wood. We need wood. Okay. Only way. I'm really tired, so I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Have a great day, stream. And thanks for stopping by, Blonde. I appreciate it. I hope you get a good rest and have a great day tomorrow. Stay safe, Blonde. Bye. Yeah, it won't take me long, hopefully, to get this a little bit. Okay, where am I? I need some wood. Down here. See, we're putting in that line based on the premise that that roof was straight. Chances of it are obviously 0. So we do this and then we get the roof to match instead. And this is why we can, you know, adjust it. Didn't expect it to go easy anyway. So we make 2 more of these, which should be enough, and then we change our settings if we have to. That should work. I know we'll spend a little bit of time on this, I can see, before we'll get it done. That should be enough. Hopefully we can do something with the walls. Grid stamping is not a good idea now, but it will keep these in a straight line, and that's what we really need most. Keeping these guys in a straight line. Yeah, we're gonna have to change it. Okay. We do this the hard way. There's something there interfering with it, so... Right, this is the hard way. And who knows, we might be able to keep these in place. But this is the last of the hiding. Well, except maybe if we can find something for those birds, which I don't think we will. No, it's giving us for the last one, isn't it? That would be about right, but... There. Yeah, nasty but necessary. These guys there, that's the problem. You see them? Those ones. Let me see. Oh, come on. No, this could actually be a problem with this as well. I'm not really sure. No, the roof pieces we put in. If I had the right pieces here, I wouldn't have to be doing this, but... it's not too bad, is it? Not too bad. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we can call it on those two. Now. If we overlap these a bit more, they might. Yeah, I think I went scout ways on that one, didn't I? So we ignore that one for a moment. Let's see if we can get this together. That actually doesn't look too bad. It's the tiniest bit out. Can't really move it in small doses. That's pretty close. Luckily there's not a lot of these. There we go, guys, that's good enough. Just a tiny bit frustrating. Not sure if I can get that down that tiny piece it needs. Sheer guessing. There it is. We kind of lucked out on that one. There, we got it. That's good enough. Two more. Oh, okay. That one will have to be adjusted a little. Oh, drat, look at this. This now I can't have. Kidding me. And if this gets moved, you see this thing? Oh, hang on. Gotcha. There you go. That's not bad. We could scrap that piece. Sometimes we can get lucky. And that one is perfect. So it's really down to the roof section, to be honest. That looks to be pretty spot on. You see that there? But oh, it's not actually. Yeah, it is a tiny fraction out. We have all kinds of problems. have to turn off the grid snapping for these two. The direction is going a little bit sideways. Okay, we're absolutely on our own for these last two. You see that it's going way off. Now, this is going to be considerably more difficult, I'd say. Pretty close. Ah, I see. That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Fair enough. I knew I was going to get caught with this. You see, we can't have both. We can't keep this in a straight line and keep it in line with this also. This seems to be taking us too far back in. You know, that's actually... Oh, maybe we might get away. It's just two. But if that starts to go through the side, it's absolutely no good. You see, right on the bar. Worst possible place to be. Yeah. Okay, right. We moved the top section. We're not going to get it from the bottom. There's not a straight corner, I'd say, in this cell. Nothing I can really work from. But this needs to be, you know, pretty decent, so we've got no choice on this one. So this is how we'll work it. I'm afraid our original plan. Something like that. Keeping it straight is the thing. Now this is out as far as it will go, so it will probably cover this at some section. We'll have to adjust a few of those. You don't see, you see that twist? That we just can't have that twist. Something like that would do. Oh no, it's still just a tad off. Yeah, it's kind of killing me. I've got to guess everything. There. Okay, that's 2 for real this time. Yeah. Oh, sugar. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to get this, guys. Not impossible, but it ain't gonna be easy. You see this? This is ticking me off. There. Hi. Oh, hi Tyson. Hi, how are you? I hope you've been well. How have you been keeping? Yeah, we're trying to get this guy here, but it's really testing our patience. That's a good blend there, but you see what's happening back here? We can't seem to get that stupid thing right. Now, another way, as I said, would be to just, do something like that, but I'll come out, a decent amount down, which might be probably our only option at this. I think it's too close to the center and it's there. That would work. Yeah, I'll move the other guys into line a little later. So, how have you been, Tyson? I hope you've been well. Yeah, we're having a bit of problems with this last piece. But you'll always get these problems, I'd say, on the final pieces. You see that there? That's what's killing me. You see the lineup? Yet it appears to be okay on this side. Don't ask me what's going on with that guy. But I think I know exactly what's going on with that guy. I'll have to line it up the hard way. Hi Tender. Hi, how are you? Hope you've been well. See, the grid snapping is not going to really help us much here. The grid snapping will keep it perfectly straight, but as I said, I don't think that's going to be much of a help. And we could play this game with this thing here forever and still not get it straight. That's not bad. It is, guys, that's not bad. Okay, we'll give it a quick one, and the sooner I get this done, this should have been simple. It's not really simple, is there? here's the same problem all over again. So we changed the settings like I said. I think it's our only hope. The grid snapping is, it's totally not helping us. And we do it either way. Good. That's good to hear. But very hot. It's not too bad here now, Tyson. It's nice and cool tonight, so I think here at least we're over the worst of it. Grid snapping is ideal to keep it straight, but this whole little thing here is not straight. Then we'll have to, I might even consider putting that stuff in. If it wasn't up for the corner piece, I probably would. We can set the other piece in a minute. This is our goal here. So this is absolutely freehand here now, so we push it in and line it up. I hate this part. Everything has to be so spot on. Ain't too bad. It just needs to come down a bit, but that's not too bad. There. That we could live with. But you see what I mean? This is happening every time I try to do this, guys. It's coming, back way too far. Absolutely. So we're gonna do our own little thing here. We're gonna have to redo this idiot thing like this. That was almost perfect. There. And that's where we're going wrong, I think. Using the grid snapping. Yeah, it's just a few of these. Let's see if we can save ourselves a little hassle. More likely we'll just create some. Just 5 of them to get in, but okay. You see that one there? We gotta pull this back out. Two about there. And then push it back in. I think one of that even looks kind of okay, to be honest. Go down a little bit. There. one there. Yeah, I can't grab that. Come on. It's cruel, isn't it? I can see that. There it is. Yeah, I think I have this now. Now we should be able to line it up. Almost there, guys. It doesn't look too bad. Drat. See, there's a slight turn on this guy and I can't seem to get it straight. You can see it there. No matter how hard I try. But it is possible, it's just a matter of getting lucky. There it is. There it is. There it is, guys. I ain't gonna save this, I'm not going through that again. There, that's perfect. There we go. That's perfect. Nasty, isn't it? Now, let me work on this guy. There, no harm, no foul. Okay, I'm gonna save this, guys. We got most of it in. Oh, hang on, this one. There, that's good. Okay, just 2 to go. The worst of it is over. You'd never think that would be so hard to do, would you? I'll get that one again, you see how it's slightly off. It should be okay, but you know, they're not lining up. You should be able to get those in one piece, like, you know, they look like they're all one piece. Not to have any bits of stuff like this going on. There. You see? It starts off a whole other problem. We still gotta save in case it goes horribly wrong. Looks okay. Does not look okay. Yeah. And there it is, guys. Now I think we have it. Let's have a good look at this before we save it again. Yeah, that would work. That would work. Now, let's get the other pieces. I can adjust the wall slightly after I do this to get rid of that dark ridge along the side. There's still a little bit of room to play with. It's lucky I left it. You see this one here? This is the one where I want to line up. Tedious beyond words doing this. We're kind of reduced to this. Ah, here we go again. Here we go again. If this causes me any more hassle, to be honest, I've done this God knows how many times. I'll pull back in the roof this time. Might be the sensible way to approach this. Oh yeah. I can see how far this is off. It's ridiculous. Let's bring you down a good bit. And then we'll work it from there. Oh, whatever it takes, we'll get it. Ridiculous, isn't it? Oh, hi Lucy. Hi, how are you? We're struggling on this piece here. We had to improvise and use some furniture to seal this end in. But it's giving us endless problems. But I think we can get it eventually. Just gonna take a little bit of time. So, how have you been, Lucy? Hope you've been well. This is the most annoying piece I've ever dealt with. Or strip, I should say. You see that? That's kind of bugging me out. You see that tiny, tiny piece there? And if I line it up, it's out at the back, which means this needs to be brought in a fraction, like so. There, one moment. There's the piece that's driving me nuts. Oh, doing fine so far. That's good to hear. Just getting tired. And you? Yeah, kind of a little bit tired. I always get tired around this time. I think I've been on like 5 hours. But at least, you know, the humidity has died down. I don't know what it's like for you, but it's been pretty cool here. Still here, just lurking. No problem, LM. Appreciate it. Oh, you see that? That's what's killing me. That little piece there. And I can't really see it in build mode until I come out that fraction. It's just, I mean an absolute tad. Yeah, that's it there, but now it's out on the other side. So if we can get this one piece. See it there? Like that. There we go. There we go. Almost. A lot to be said when things snap too, you know that. See, I pull it down and it goes sideways again. I think that's it, guys. That's the best we're gonna get that one. So that's a massive problem. That is a massive, 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 massive problem. I don't know, I might give up on this, Lucy. I think we might have to pull the whole system out a mile. I tried it from this end and I tried it from both ends, and you know, none of it seems to be working. Okay, one last try, guys. Both ends are not clicking whatsoever. Okay, this is my final try. But every time I get so far and then I get stuck on the end if I want to keep them straight. So, what you been up to, Lucy? I might have to redo this side here to get this in. You know, starting with this and then getting the other guys in. And allowing plenty of room because this is too tight. About the only way we're ever going to do this is the way I was saying, keep that stupid thing straight. And keep it out there. You know, that should be plenty enough room. And then let's say, once we get this guy here, let's push it up that head. Like that. And then hope for the best for this. I know it's a sickener. Absolute sickener when that happens. But I don't see any other option on this. So, we won't try to line it up to these guys and add these after. It's about the only plan I have on this. I think we should be doing it this way from the start. Something like that, and that way, you know, we shouldn't go wrong. You see? It seems to be kind of lining up. Wishful thinking, isn't it? there. And that way we're out far enough to, you know, and then we're just gonna replace the wall. Now that we give it a good shot. See this? This is where the fun begins. To the eye, that looks okay. And here we're back to square one again. This is where I'm forced then to, you know, turn it, and it brings it in too far. I don't know why I'm even suffering with this, because I can do it with this probably. Okay, let's do it with this. Because we're going to be forever a year and a day doing this. I just wanted to keep the edge, you know, but that's not going to happen, is it? What you see, that causes another set of problems on the other side. Okay, I got a little bit more. Surely that's enough. You know, the grid snapping should keep it. Okay. There, that solves the problem. Okay. Yeah, drink a bottle of champagne when this is in. Ah, come on now. It seems to always mess up when we're about 2 pieces from the end. It's looking like it. It's looking like it, but... It's a battle of worlds now, you see at this stage. Ah. There. Almost perfect. You see that? It's kind of ridiculous. I fix it here and then it's off on the other side. You know what I mean? It looks like every piece I put in, I've got to adjust every piece to get it back, and then when I get to the end, 2 pieces are off and the whole system starts again. I can't understand the physics of it. I know every problem in this game. This is brutal. Yeah, this is brutal. This shouldn't happen actually, because you know with the global position thing and the grid snapping on, everything should be straight. Unless there's something wrong with that model, but I doubt it. Now you see it needs to be turned, and this is where it all goes wrong for me. You see? Okay, this is where we do it the hard way. I can't believe this. We can remove these later and we'll have the same look here. That's exactly what I might do. You know what I mean? But this is not going to best me. Actually, this one is even off. They're not lining up. They're actually not lining up. At all, whatsoever. Look at this. No, they're doubled. It's literally doubled. It's just the bottom one I wanted, but it needs to be a strip that size. If I had the pieces from the other thing, I wouldn't have to use these stupid things. Oh, I've got a really stupid idea. Let me see. Can these guys be sized? No, of course not. They cannot be sized. Nah. That would be too easy. I don't know what the problem is here. Seems like the place anywhere is, you know, turning them a little bit. Maybe a degree off. It should have been easy enough. The other two, well, then again, you see there was only two. Another way of doing this, I suppose, would be not really bothering here. Ah, okay. I'm gonna have to sort the problem anyway because of these. So hang on, there might be another way around this. Hi, Mecca. How have you been? Oh, sorry, Mecca. I'm gonna have to deal with that anyway. Pity. Okay, let's see what we have to get rid of that one. Well, the only thing I have on the pieces are way too big, you know? And the USO might have something, I suppose. Probably. No. It's taken everything out. No, I'm totally stuck with stupid SOE. Oh, fine, thanks. Hope you're well also, Maka. How have you been? I'm suffering here with this. I've been literally using furniture to patch these walls. But now I think we're in trouble. Really have to depend on SOE. Ridiculous. These are just the glitch tools. They're the only things that are here. Oh my. Never used those. Oh, they're kind of looking like a good idea again now, aren't they? Those longer pieces. I don't think we'll be getting him. I don't think we'll be getting it this way. But you never know. I might get lucky. We bring this right out to the edge. Like ridiculously out to the edge. To about there. Okay, one last try, and then I'll skip it and I'll do it when I'm offline. It's taking too much time. Yeah, there you go, guys, you see? about 5 we can get this. Okay, that's acceptable, those two. But you see how much it's off here. I think we might have to settle for something like this. And then when we're doing the pillars, you know, you can't really see it. But each one is off. You see it? Literally. I mean literally. I don't think it's doable this way. The grid snapping is not doing its job. Let me see. We'll give it one quick try. Yeah, you see that? That's what's been murdering me from the start. Yeah, there is no way of actually fixing this. I think what's happening is it's actually it's about a degree off, I think, and it's pulling it in each time. Here. But anything is possible. It's just there's 5 of them. Oh. Now. Okay. I might even have to get the roof out of it to fix this. Really didn't expect this to give me so much trouble. Oh, just trying to fix this, Mecca. It's not as easy as I thought it would be, to be honest. The grid snapping doesn't seem to be like. There's one. Okay, let's go out here, but that's kind of ridiculous. Oh, I see if we pull it out to the extreme edge. Could be the pillars as well as throwing it off. Maybe that's our problem. But I can't seem to find a problem with this. It might be the pillars. Possible. That is driving me nuts. Okay. See what I mean? Brutal, isn't it? I'll tell you what we'll do then. We'll keep those ones down near the... Yeah, we can't even do that. It won't even allow us to do that. We'll keep them down near the pillar. And we'll settle for what we can get, I suppose. I think that's our best shot at this one. But everything goes okay until you get to about 3 or 4 pieces down, and then it goes to pot. Don't ask me why I'm still at this, but it's kind of holding me up a lot. Brutal as that. There. I'll settle for that, and as long as their joints are here, I can go over them, you know. Yeah, this is the SOE pieces, Mecca. The only thing that actually works here. The rest are locked out. I can't seem to get this to go straight, regardless of what I try. But it should have been really simple, you know. It should have been really simple. I think it looks pretty decent there, and you know, even that one, it's reasonably good. The way to offset this, maybe I could run some kind of neon along the edge, so that would hide it, I suppose. Maybe I want to get it too perfect. And that would be a way, I suppose, we could work it. Although I don't want to put a ton of neon in it here. You see the turn now? You see it's starting to turn. Okay. More. You see that? That's where the turn starts. There. Okay. You see that? Brutal. Yeah, that is totally wrong. And this is where I've got to freehand this guy. I don't care who said there's no way around that. Absolutely no way around that. There it is there. Nope. And when we let it up on this side, it's pretty much buggered on the other. I'll even change the roof if I have to, but I am getting this before I go. Oh, you. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is a nasty one. Something got to do with the Place Anywhere mod, I think. It's turning this off by about 1 degree every time I put a new piece in. Yeah, this is a waste of time, guys. I really didn't see this one coming. This is unfortunate. Hmm. So this is where we are with the original one. Everything was kind of going okay. You know, we got really messed up with these two pieces. Now, we gotta find a way around this. And there is one, I suppose we could use. Because I really gotta get rid of these two anyway, regardless. So, I want to wall this here to here. You know, which might be absolutely the best way. So I was probably putting in a wall anyway. Now I suppose we could do it with those as well, which would save me a ton of problems. So we'd have to start it from here. So there's another way of looking at this. I think we can still get this. We'll just have to adjust our build a little bit. It's just when I get into a problem like that, I always try and solve it, but there's no solving that one. It's like the physics went crazy. Okay, round 2. So, how was your day, Lucy and Maka? How have you guys been? Yeah, okay. We do this a little differently. Well, we're okay as far as here. And really and truly, that's all I need. So, what I will try and do is... I will try something like covering up these guys. Like this. Those ones wouldn't have to be so accurate, you know? Just as long as it's past this. I want to maybe cover it to here. And then a decent amount here. We'll have a little walkthrough. I might even put a door in. Now, having said that then, if we're going to go that far about it, how about doing something like this? And we might not even have to use this. I've never liked this anyway, and there's a problem with it. It's a pity. I would have liked to have got those in properly. But I can get them in, let's say, and then I can drop this a tiny bit. And it won't make such a difference. Okay, let's see what we have. Okay. My problem, Lucy, is the pieces are all missing from this, and I'm forced to work with bits of furniture. And once you start using those, once you use more than 3 or 4 pieces, even the place anywhere starts to, you know, be a degree or so off because you put so many pieces together. Could be the settlement, but I'd say most likely it's the supports. That's throwing everything off. So we could try something like this. It's a little bit of a change, but I think it might work. maybe not that one. Let me try the other one. Oh, hang on. Hold it. I have a plan. Wasn't what I was expecting to do. What have I got here? Blue. So we're going with blue. No, it's not those ones. I want these guys. There. Okay, let's do something a little different on this then. Yeah, okay, we could do something like this. It doesn't necessarily have to. And I can do a double wall here on the other side. And this could be where we hold our workbench and everything else. This might be a bit better looking. And it would save us a ton of trouble. Okay, we'll see if we can center this one. So, we need this probably here. Would work best. And then we push this one through. About there, and then I'll use the SOE shelving, to create the other low paste. But I wanted this to be opened up a bit, to be honest. We can still use something like that, maybe. So it's not just such an eyesore. I've never really liked that SOE stuff. Yeah, I've never really liked it. I've always liked this to be open. But I suppose we could put it here, and this could be a spot for our... Yeah, that could be a spot for our workbench. That might work. And we'd only have one piece to get in. Oh, hi Tigger. I'm fine, thanks. Yeah, I hope you're doing well also. I'm back at home plate. And it's given me a set of whole new problems. I've done a bit more because I've got the Place Anywhere mod, but it's also given me a lot more problems. Yeah, we could try something like that. It would take out 2 of the pillars. It would definitely be, decent, let's say, for the SOE. And then we could, back that with something. Like that. Well, not that, but let's say another piece. And that might work. Well, it's the only thing we have with a door anyway. Ah, that's good to hear, Tigger. We're working on home plate. Here, just let me load it up. It's been giving us an absolute ton of problems. I've been forced to use furniture to hide a lot of this stuff, and it worked pretty well here because I only had to put 2 pieces in. And the rest, it was kind of okay. But I decided to build it upstairs this time, which took a bit of work. The only way I could get upstairs is I had to build one again from furniture and flooring. And these are cabinets. And that would be, let's say, when we get out on the roof. This kind of turned out okay. But the smallest thing has been holding me up. and it's just a line of wardrobes. And I want to put it along here. You would think it would be simple. And I've got the first three in. Yeah, pretty good. I think really I should stick to the last two guys. But what happened was... there's another way of doing this. Yeah, I might have another plan. I actually might have another plan. We'll see if we can get this one in. And what I'll do is I will literally block off that end or make it some kind of display from the top section. It seems to be a problem here, some kind of glitch. You know, something that's stopping me from getting this piece in. And you know me, once I can't do something, I'll keep at it and at it. Until I realize that it's eventually impossible. But these are the ones that has been giving me a lot of hassle. But even if I got, let's say, the last piece in, which kind of doesn't look too bad. You see that? And this is what I've been doing this for half an hour. Trying to work out what the problem is here. And once I fix it on one side, I pretty much mess it up on the other. Frustrating. So about there, and then this, we move it out, so there, and then we're caught again, so we push it around like that, and then push this back in, and we'll probably be off on the inside. So that's the problem I've been having on this one. I can't seem to work it out. But I know, let's say the wall is a little tight there, but that's not the worst. Yeah, that's not the worst. You see what I'm saying? Now, I thought then, okay, what would happen was I'd pull this out more, obviously leaving me more room here. But I found that when I was putting these pieces in, using the grid snapping technique, which should keep me in a straight line, what happened was it just, kept going into the side, all the pieces were offset, and it wouldn't go in straight. Now, but having said that, now let's see, I might be able to double over this one, and that way we might not actually see that it's offset. That's still possible, I suppose. Definitely ought to try. You see what I mean? Now you would imagine that if you started from here and go back, but that was a disaster. That was an absolute disaster. So basically, we're kind of stuck there on that one. And it's not even a matter, let's say, of pushing the roof back. That would be simple. It's a matter of this piece here. And I can't wrap my head around it, You would think pulling this out on one side, but then when I use the place anywhere, it seems to, won't straighten. And impossible to line maybe 15 ends together, manually. So I have another option. I can come straight across with a roof. If you know what I mean. And I could make it some kind of storage area. But that would probably be the best I could do with it. And I think I might have a plan for it. You see how far that's off? It's absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? Look at that. Let's go down and see if we can fix it. Because I have a whole new plan. Just a tiny bit more. And a tiny bit more. But it's a frustrating one. You see what I mean? There, that would probably work, I'd say. Now I would imagine moving this, but, it's too far into here. So, how about I come across here with the flooring, and I'll design it and make a little area here where I could hold, well, if it's tall enough, power armor. Or maybe a nice weapon rack. I know we're sacrificing a bit, but it's from the top. And then these guys, I can just, push those back in where they should be. And we do something like that. We'll compromise. Something I rarely do in this game. We're still stuck with a cleanup here, but there. It's not impossible. It's always fixable. At least that thing is. There. Oh, sugar. There. That might make a difference. Yeah, it's a pity we can't get that back. And then pull that one out. we see if we can get this one back in. Silly little thing. There. Yeah, it's more trouble than it's worth. But I think we can get this. I think we can get this. No, we'll mix it. I'll get that part in later. But yeah, I'll make a little area here. I was going to design it anyway later, but I just didn't want that to beat me. So it's half beaten me, to be honest. Now, I got half it in. Alright, let's save that one. And we'll see if I can design this. We'll make it some kind of... Well, I don't want to spawn a power armor yet. But yeah, this might be a good time to do so. To cover that, there's two ways. We can put in a side piece here, which we're going to need one anyway. And then we can do something with the door we're putting in. So, let's try the side piece. We might not have to put a shelving up there. Second now. There, it should work perfectly. So I've got a plan. We need a place for the workbench regardless anyway, and I want to hide it. So this might be the way to go. Usually I just ignore this and carry on with the other stuff, but there's not much more, let's say, in hiding it. I'm not sure, what way we're going to design it yet. Depends on the problems we get, and this is one, so this is going to change our build a little bit. So I don't want to use that, it's too bright. So what if we do something like this? See, that's a little low, so we'll have to drop this down a lot. We might have to put two pieces, unfortunately. Well, the whole problem started from lining this, to be honest. We can get through it. It just forces us to build it a little bit differently. I originally wanted to put a workbench here. It doesn't really make much difference, I suppose. So, what have you been up to, Tigger? So we'll have to do it this way. We want to keep our lines straight. And we'll get this guy in and then we'll set the other one. Let's say to there. I'll get rid of that for a moment. And let's see if we can work this. Kind of problem is it's to there or nothing, isn't it? Okay, we got out of it. Really make a difference. Ooh, not good. Okay, that's kind of not bad. Just needs a tiny alteration. Yes. Always something with this, isn't it? Always something. That one will be too short for what we need it for. Ridiculous. I'm really tempted to use the SOE. That stuff. But it looks so horrible. If they didn't maybe use the side pieces, it wouldn't be too bad, but I really hate that stuff. Truly I do. What about this stuff? Oh my god. Well, we do have the doors for that, don't we? Here, maybe I might go with that. Like that reactor stuff. Let me see. So, hang on. Ooh, horrible. Oh no. Defeats the purpose of what we're trying to do. These pieces are really horrible. I'm almost finished. But this I'll probably fix when I'm not streaming. I'll have to think up, a little system here where we can hide this. It shouldn't be too hard. There's definitely probably something in here. Oh, hang on. Oh, it's not the worst, is it? Yeah, maybe something like that. Well, we got our doors anyway. Okay, where are the walls? No, these ones. Well, we'd have to use that. Oh, that might be a bit of a... Yeah, it's a ridged edge. That's not a bad compromise, guys. Although, to be honest, something I wouldn't really usually go with. It's rough looking. Either way, I can come out with some pieces here and I can make... I think I want to make some kind of display area here, which would be way better. You know, just come across for the roof here. And then I can use the likes of, you know, these ones here. And I can finish the edges like this. And put it back on it. It would make a decent area. Oh, hi Des. Hi, how are you? I hope you've been well. How have you been? So yeah, I think that would do. Yeah, this one is... I'm going to have to actually build the display here before I can see if I can proceed with this part. It is giving me a ton of trouble. But it's not impossible. It's just going to take a bit of time. Oh, because of this. Now you would imagine that that would have been pretty easy to do. Oh well. So what I'll do is I'll save it here, guys. I think that's all we can do in it for now because it's going to take me a good while to figure that one out. I'm okay, thanks. Oh, that's good to hear. I'm fine, thanks, Das. I hope you're doing well also. I was just going to do a raid, Das. I've done my 6 hours and I'm pretty tired. Yeah, I've been getting a ton of sleep. We're getting a little rain today and we really need it for once. We've been getting a lot of rain here, Das. Like, even as I look out. Yeah, it's really overcast and it's, you know, we've been having light showers all night, but nothing really bad, you know. Nothing really bad. But this is what I've done today, let's say that. Or I should say this morning. And I was home for a few hours as well. I was home for about 3 hours here, so I've done about 9 hours straight on this one. And this one is doing my head in. This little problem. But I'll totally fix it by the time I'm back if it kills me. I'll have it fixed by the time next time I stream. Like, this is giving me a really big problem here. But having said that, you remember the stairs system? Yeah, 9 hours. About 3 hours sorting something else out. You remember that stairs that gave me a problem? It gave me a problem. Well, you know, when I wasn't streaming, I figured out a system. So, that's our system. It's a combination of furniture and floor pieces. It's the best I could do. And I was right about the height of the roof. So I recessed it a little bit. And now we can just about make it up here, which is, and I just had to kind of redo that. It was something like that, but we needed room. It turned out pretty okay after, but it took me ages to work it out, like it's going to take me that corner ages to work it out. And then let's say we can go out into Diamond City. That way. Oh, I think it does. Now, you'd imagine this was simple, Das, but it's really frustrated me. Just going down with that in a straight strip. Now you would say here, okay, you're going too far. You could, let's say, pull this out a little bit, which would be the way to go, and then carry the line back the other way and then pull these out to meet it. What's been happening is we get 3 pieces in, and the 4th and the 5th one will be staggered about a degree, would place anywhere. Then let's say when I try to, and I can't explain this, when I turn off Place Anywhere and I try to line them manually, by the time I put the second one in, it's right back to square one. But it's probably me just tired. I can't work my way out of it, you know. I'm probably just tired. But what I'll do with this is I'll probably pull this piece out again and this one. Or maybe even extend the roof just a tiny bit. I did keep it rather close to here, to be honest. Maybe I'm missing something. It just seems to be defying all logic. It lets me get 3 pieces in and then go sideways. I hope so. It could be Alzheimer's. Who knows? Yeah. Oh, I finished the problems I had at Starlight Das. I managed to get the settlers in. You'd never believe the problem it was. Do you know those coffee machines from Voltec? Or not? Yeah, it is Voltec. They were messing with the script. Yeah. But once I unassigned that, they worked pretty decently. But it took me hours to figure it out. I tried everything else. I was fully convinced it was the mats. But that's what it was. Now, usually they don't conflict, but for some reason in that settlement, they did. Yeah, the soda fountain. Yeah, that's the one. That was conflicting with it. It might have been well, I don't think me, let's say, glitching it a tiny bit into the wall would do it, but probably did. You know, once the NPC, you know, they're probably linked. You know, but it never really did that before, so it took me a while to find it. But I usually maximum I put 20 settlers in a settlement. But after that giving me so much trouble out of sheer spite, I put 25 in that one. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll load it up and I'll show it to you before I head off and we raid someone. But I got a ton of settlers in there after. But at least it's finished, you know. Exactly, yeah. It's kind of looking like that, isn't it? So, we finished everything. On the Starlight. The new Starlight, at least. So, I've got 4 gardeners here. One on each side doing the raking, 2 in the centre doing the weeding. Well, you know what the story is. You gotta wait an hour before these guys come back to their spots. There, that should do it. There we go. So 4 gardeners here. And then over here. Okay. And this has been a problem here in this settlement. I'll have to come back here again and load it like this. It happens when I save too fast, when I come out of build mode. But it could be the SOE stuff as well, so I'll just go into build mode for a moment. Wait a few seconds to come out and those lights will disappear. Yeah, it was kind of getting funny in this settlement anyway. 25 DAS. There we go. I got 25 in. So 4 there. And I put 4 more on this side. So that's 8. And then over here, we've got a wolf there. We've got 2 more NPCs here.
Don't much care for Good Neighbor. That place is nothing but trouble.
So that's 10 as far as I know. I think there's 2 in the bathrooms here. I think this is did something a little different with these. So, this is the ladies' bathroom. You see this person is very woozy.
Need to get back to Diamond City one of these days.
And maybe
Biggest town I
something
ever
got
saw.
to do with the jet inhaler. Probably. So, they're doing jet in the bathroom. And same here.
Huh?
I knew they'd find a use for the bathroom. So I think that's 12, isn't it? And then what I've done is get out of my way, Wolf. We have two ushers outside. I dressed them guys in the Silver Shroud outfit. I thought it was more appropriate, let's see. One here. And one here.
Huh?
Oh, I got a good few guys in here. Yeah, just standing around.
Hope you ain't here for me.
It took a bit of while. It took actually a little bit of time to get that guy properly on the railings, but I think it worked out.
Hope you ain't one of them synths here to spy on me.
It took a good few tries, but I got him working right on the
Ain't looking for
railings.
trouble, I hope.
And another one here. Now, I didn't put any around here. But I think I have another NPC in the smaller one.
Crop's coming in pretty good.
Yep. And then, oh yeah, here. I didn't put any in the bedrooms. I put a few here. One guy there. Another one there. Our chef inside. And of course we got our guy running the projector here. And then I think we have another NPC outside. But that was the problem there. The soda fountain. That was the big problem. And the old fish feeding thing. On that one.
Hi, how are you?
And that's all the NPCs we got on that. But at least it's done now. How long did it take to do this one? I don't think it's the record. Let me see. 10 days would be what? 240. So 240 less. Let's say 7. Let's say 7. 230. About 233. 234. So yeah, I said it would take anywhere between 220 240. I wasn't far off. So not a record. It is. Still not a record. I think it was something similar for Spectacle, around 240ish. A little bit more. But I think it was... where was it again? County Crossing. Yeah, that took the biscuit, didn't it? That really took the biscuit. And that's it. At least I can call it done now. And that's alright. Oh, is he? I have, yeah. Wool socks. I think I have twice. Yeah. He raided me here, I think about a week or two ago. You know what my memory is like. I know I raided him once at least. Or did I? I did. I did, didn't I, guys? Didn't I? I raided Woolsocks. I'm almost certain I did. About 2 nights ago, wasn't it? But we'll see who's on. And, yeah, we might even go over to Woolsocks. Or let's say if there's somebody else we haven't, if we get lucky, somebody who we haven't raided in a while, some of our friends. And we'll see. So, I'll have to load this up twice to make sure we don't bug out. And I'll have that fixed for the next time I come back, guys, I promise. It's just I got a little bit obsessed in that corner. But I think I'm just tired. This thing can kind of do your head in after a while. And you too, yes. And thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Hope you have a great day. And stay safe, Daz. Bye. So, we will do a raid from here, guys, but I will be back tomorrow at the same time. Until then, we'll see if any of our friends are streaming. So, goodbye, Daz, and goodbye, Tigger. Take care and stay safe, and have a good rest, Tigger. I hope you enjoy your day. Also, Joe, Hufflepuff, FPS, or FGS, sorry, and Brazen Blonde. Take care, guys. Let's see. Also, Wolf Protector, have a good one. And Macca, take care, Macca. And of course, Lucy. And stay safe, Lucy, and I hope you have, well, it's morning for you. I hope you have a good morning. And you too, LMFAO. Thanks for stopping by, hanging out. Appreciate it to everyone, actually. And you too, Tyson. Take care, Tyson. And Perry, of course. Yeah, you too. Good night and stay safe, Perry. I hope you have, well, it's morning for you also, isn't it? I hope you have a good morning, Perry. And let's see who else we did on, and let me see, just scan this. And of course, Phoenix. Take care, Phoenix. And Doro. Have a good one, Doro. And we mentioned Jill, Hufflepuff, FGS, and that's everyone I see. Obviously there was more, but you know what my memory is like. But to everyone who was watching, guys, I appreciate the support. So if you're not too tired, I was going to do a stream, so hopefully you join me for a little while. So, okay, let's see who's streaming. So yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, obviously, at the same time. But I'm extremely tired right now, so this is a good time to do a raid. Right, it shan't take me but a moment to see who's streaming, and we'll go straight there. Again, guys, take care and stay safe, and everyone, I hope they have a great day.